Good morning. Welcome to the Sara Oval for the final Group 6 match. And what a cracker it is today. India against Pakistan here. We're not the best of days, a little bit overcast. And let's have a look at the points table and see what this match means. India there already qualified for the World Cup. They've already qualified for the final on Tuesday as well. Pakistan looking pretty good. They've got a secure run rate there and should be able to finish in the top four and get one of those four places for England, with of course the danger there perhaps, or the team that's in danger at the moment, Sri Lanka, because if they lose heavily to Bangladesh today, then Bangladesh could nick that fourth place. Pakistan though looking fairly secure. Short while ago, Anjum was downstairs with the two captains for the toss. Let's have a look, see what happened.
On a nice, lovely Sunday morning, I've got the two skippers from India, Mithali Raj and Sana Mir from Pakistan. The match official, the former England international Sue Redfern, joins us. Mithali, you'll be tossing. Tails is the call, and it's gone a mile. Heads it is.
Would like to field. Would like to bowl first.
It's an overcast condition. Is that the reason that you don't want to bat today?
Well, that is also a reason, and also I feel that the wicket is a little damp. So I think since I'm making Mansi Joshi play, we have one change in place of Rajeshwari Gaikwad. Ekta Bisht is coming in. Since the seamers are in, I think we should use the conditions.
India has comfortably qualified for the World Cup in June. What are the positives that as a team you're looking to build from here?
Well, one is that the opening stand, the batters should utilize the first 10 overs. We've never got the right start, so I think this is the right tournament for the batters to make use of the opponents and gain more confidence in posting a good total.
Any positives from the bowling lineup that you would really like to go out there and think they can rattle the Pakistan openers?
Well, Bansi is a youngster. This is her first tournament. We do realize absence of Julian Goswami, an experienced, bowler for India. But somewhere we need to groom the youngsters. So I guess this is an opportunity for her to make a mark.
Go well, Mithali. Have a nice game.
Thank you.
Sana, if the toss had been on your side, what would you like to do?
Yeah, definitely. We would like to have bowled first as well, because there's moisture in the wicket and the conditions are overcast. But definitely now we are batting first, so we are going to do our best to post a good total.
You've rotated your players very well. What is the best 11 that you've chosen for this game?
I think for today this is the best 11. For every match we try to get the best 11 out in the ground. So definitely Maham is in. She's a good pace bowler. So definitely we would like to post a good total and then defend it.
100 wickets internationally. You're on top of your game. How do you see Pakistan? Because it's a must-win encounter for you.
Yeah, I think it's very important to finish here well, because India has been playing really good cricket and we know that they have not been beaten in the tournament apart from the warm-up game. So definitely it's going to be a big task for us, but if we stick to our basics, if we just go on and enjoy ourselves, inshallah we can do a better job.
Javeria Khan, the lone centurion, along with a couple others, but her bowling, has it added advantage to Pakistan?
Definitely, I think having her bowling gives me an extra choice in the bowling department as well, and the way the batters have been doing, I think it's another test today for them, having this kind of wicket and kind of the bowling attack India has. But I think I'm very hopeful, and I have good faith in them that they are going to deliver today.
All the best, Sana. We look forward to that. Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
So the news from the centre, Mithali Raj and the Indian team have won the toss and they'll be bowling first.
Anjum, thank you very much for that. So India winning the toss, electing to bowl, which might seem a little bit strange as most of the teams have elected to bat here, but I think it makes sense. There are the two sides, with the Indian team bringing back Mansi Joshi, who was rested for the last match, and I'm sure she'll bowl well in these early conditions here. Ebony Rainford-Brent alongside me in the commentary position here. Good decision to bowl first.
Yeah, really good decision. The overcast conditions at the moment, it definitely looks like it's going to aid swing, and I think the two seamers, Mansi Joshi and also Shikha Pandey, will be able to expose that. Also, the outfield, actually, it's a little bit, because of the moisture, it does look like it might slow down a little bit, but could dry up if the sunshine comes out later. So, really smart decision from India. Let's just have a quick look at the pitch actually up close. So we've seen throughout this whole tournament actually that it's been dying. Just these are very used wickets. We're coming to the back end of the season. Not much grass. You're seeing lots of bare patches. So we do expect the spinners to come into play. Actually, some key spinners that we should keep an eye out for today. Nashra Sandhu from Pakistan is actually the lead wicket taker for the tournament. She's a slow left arm bowler. So she'll be looking to expose those bare patches that we can see, because as this tournament is wearing, these pitches are starting to get harder. There, look at that sky there, David.
Yes, there's a bit of moisture up there, isn't there? Hopefully that will stay away. But as we go around there, it does look dark away there in the distance. Hopefully that rain stays away. The forecast is that the rain will get here sometime in the afternoon. We're expecting maybe a light shower in the morning, maybe some heavy showers in the afternoon. But we have seen, Ebony, that it can be patchy around Colombo, can't it? Yesterday afternoon, for example, some areas of the city getting wet, some areas staying dry. So I think that definitely influenced India's decision to bowl here, because we've seen throughout this tournament India starting their innings very slowly, building a solid base. Now, of course, with the way Duckworth-Lewis works, if you get that solid base, then all of a sudden it rains. Oh, hold on. You know, we're behind the Duckworth-Lewis. Doesn't really matter in terms of them chasing the runs, because they know what they've got to do. But if the rain intervenes, then that slow start would have counted against them if they'd have had another slow start today. So I think perfectly sensible to let Pakistan have use of the pitch for the reasons that you said as well. Rain here yesterday, outfield a little bit damp maybe, and also the bit of life in the wicket first thing this morning. Glad to see Mansi Joshi back in as well.
Yeah, great to see Mansi Joshi back in. She bowled in the last game for India, back in against Ireland, picked up 3 wickets for 25. But I think for Pakistan, if they can weather the first 10 overs here when the ball might move or nip around a little bit, they've got a lot of batters actually in really good form. Javeria Khan and Nahida Khan are both up there leading the run scoring in this tournament, with 297 and 219 runs. So I think this is the best I've seen Pakistan in terms of consistency through a tournament. They're really building momentum. Maybe lost out that game to Sri Lanka, which they shouldn't have. But there goes the umpires for today, and they'll be hoping to keep abreast of the rain as well, and what all the calculations become after you see the Duckworth-Lewis, if it does come into play. We
have been extremely lucky these last 2 weeks in the group matches and the first 2 rounds of the Super 6 games. Fingers crossed we get through today. So there's Claire Pelosak,
Australian umpire, and one of the 4 that we've seen. Actually, the 3rd umpire today is Sue Redfern as well, who's the English umpire. And also we have today Ravindra Willa Saree.
Indeed. Indian team making their way out there. Mitali would have been pleased to have won the toss today. Oh, but a bit of energy coming out here, look. My word. Bit of synchronised approach to the crease there. Now, you've talked about that throughout this tournament, watching the teams in the practice beforehand and how they come out and how they approach the game, and for me, just little things like that, you could see the energy there, couldn't you, when they were coming towards the middle? Yeah,
and I think those two should have a lot of energy. They've batted brilliantly through this tournament, but you're right, I think it makes such a difference how teams prepare before the game. Pakistan were playing a lot of football. They were quite energetic this morning, actually. Good to see that their fitness is up towards this point of the game, and also they're under a new coach at the moment, Kabir Khan, who he looked like he was drilling them this morning. So I wonder if that's played a part in this team being much more dynamic. They looked a little bit more, like we say, athletic in their warm-up, and hopefully they're going to need it for this few balls. So there we are, Aisha Zafar at one end, and also she's going to be joined at the far end by Nahida Khan, or Bibi Nadida. There's Shikha Pandey. We'll expect a lot of swing from her this morning.
She's been one of the bowlers of the tournament, hasn't she? She's consistent at the start of innings, getting that little bit of movement.
There's Nadida Khan, second in the run scorers this tournament, that's quite an exciting thing for her. So here we go.
Immediate little swing into the right-hander there. Went very early, went right from her when she delivered the ball, but swing in the air, so an encouraging sign for Pandey.
Yeah, just looking at this field as well, she's got 3 on the leg side. She's going to have to make sure she probes that off-stump line, because the amount of swing she gets, if she drifts onto the middle stump, it could be clipped. But excellent length there as well. I think that's what's been key on these first 2 balls.
Just angling in. It's always good, of course, in any game, just to get settled down early on. It's the worst thing possible for a bowler is to let the first one slip down the leg side, then overcompensate, go too far out. So when you're right on the mark, right on the money from the word go, just settles everyone in the team down. A little fiddle outside the off stump there. Great rivalry, of course, down the years, India and Pakistan, particularly in the men's game, but also in the women's game, but a little bit more one-sided, I think, in the women's game.
Very much more. They played eight times in ODIs over their history, and India have won all 8, which it shows that they are the better team. But in the T20, we've seen Pakistan push them. They've won twice. They also got to the final in the Asia Cup recently. So you're right, that rivalry does exist. But India, when it comes to one day, they're much more capable to bat long innings. I think this is possibly Pakistan's best chance, only because of how well they're playing at the moment, how many bowlers are picking up wickets, the batsmen seem well drilled. So today could be, if they can weather this first 5 to 10 overs of swing, and they're still there, well, then it could be a good opportunity.
Playing a miss, that one didn't swing back in. I think she was just playing for a little bit of a swing into the bat there and through. Couldn't have been too far away from that one.
So Shikha Pandey starting quite well, and she's just probed outside that off stump. She's got 1 slip and a short catching gully.
Getting the movement in that time, so good over there. No movement away from the bat from Pandey, but angling in. And the maiden over to start with. She'll be pleased enough with that, getting a pat on the back.
Yeah, I'm really pleased actually with, I think this is the bowling lineup that India need to look at using. We've seen in some games they dropped the youngster Mansi Joshi, but I think if her working in tandem with Shikha Pandey, they both shape the ball in different ways. So there you can see the youngster bowls with good pace, really gets through the crease, a lovely action, which I'm sure we'll look at some point. But I think they've got a lot of quality spinners. We know that they've got a lot of quality spinners, but I think Mansi Joshi just adds to a dynamic seam bowling partnership, and young as well, which just shows there's time for her to grow into this role.
Well, you were mentioning that off air this morning, that you're particularly impressed with the amount of very good quality young players coming through in this India side. Of course, we've also seen my favourite, Darth Vaidya, Devika Vaidya. She's 19, and of course one of the outstanding performers, Deepti Sharma, the opening bat and very good off-spin bowler. Again, not yet 20, so very promising for the future of Indian women's cricket. And that one came out a bit floaty there. No great deal pace there, was it?
It looked like a loosener, didn't it? But you're right. No, the talent in the Indian lineup has just been incredible, and seeing bowlers like Mansi Joshi come out of almost nowhere really and really have an impact. One thing I hope that happens for India is that they give her a good run. She was dropped in one of the games that we saw here previously, where I felt that when you get a bowler bowling so well, you should give them a good run out. And so,
I wonder whether she was dropped for that game or just rested, because it was against South Africa. They were expecting to play South Africa in Tuesday's final. Had plenty of spin options in there as well. Will she play in Tuesday's final? She will if she bowls like that. Nice shape away from the bat there and a thickish edge into the covers.
I just with when you see a young talent, for me, and maybe an analogy from the men's game would be someone like Steve Smith, who is now Australian captain. When he first started, they backed him as somebody who they felt would play, and they gave him a really good run out, and they knew he might make mistakes, etc. But he's really developed into a cricketer now that is an unbelievable leader. And I just think that you see sides back teams. India do chop and change a lot with the Indian women, chop and change a lot with their selection. So she's a cricketer I'd just like to see get a good run.
Missed that
and
by
that's
some
an
way.
example.
Yeah, but a little bit of bounce outside the off stump there.
Great seam position, follows through, excellent down the wicket. A nice carry as well. We said these wickets aren't, pretty used now. It's coming to the back end of the season, but that carried through really nicely.
The batter pretending at the end there that taking the bat out of the way of it, Khan. She did play at it. Didn't play at that one, just gently through to the keeper. I don't think there's a problem with chopping and changing sides. If that's your policy, that's the way you want to do it. There's two ways of looking at it. Keep the team consistent so everybody knows their position, or other ways. As long as you explain to the players, talk to the players and saying, Nancy, we're leaving you out today because A, B, and C. It's not because you're bowling badly. You've been doing well, but we're going to play the extra spinner today, so have a little rest, and players will understand that. Just short of mid wicket. That was a bit of a wishy-washy shot. Yeah, I've got to agree with you.
Not the greatest movement here. Just kind of got back in the crease, but then realised when the ball wasn't getting up, tried to front foot pull and got in a bit of a mess there. Nadida Khan. Just needs to get those feet moving. It always takes a few overs, and especially when you've seen a couple of good deliveries like that.
Got a bit of bat on that one. Some bit of solid wood, square the wicket, but again can't pierce the field. That's a second maiden, so a very steady start by the Indian bowlers, and as you said, the Pakistan batters not really getting their feet moving. Yeah, that's right. You wanted to play that one, didn't you? And giving each other a little bit of encouragement there, which is good.
Well, again, this is one area where if you can just nudge the ball around, find a few singles here and there, that's a nice way just to start getting that scoreboard moving.
That's a nice strike there, up to wideish mid-on, but again, no run.
Just saw the funniest thing is the first slip. I'm not sure who's at first slip. Vader, I think it might be. Vader Krishnamurthy just literally picked up and moved the gully. They're trying to get her in the right position.
Like to see that, don't you? It just shows the good morale in the team and a little bit of banter.
Quite a short catching gully there. You can see one slip, which is mostly about right, well placed in terms of bounce and carry.
Yes, we've got a long leg in for Pandy.
And that's exactly where she moved that gully fielder. Let's have a look here. That was good work, just making sure that gully position is in there. Just try to guide it down, and great work there. Keeping things tight. Well, this is tough work here for Pakistan. We expected it to move early, and the bowlers have been on the money, so it's going to be graft for getting runs today.
Again, can't pierce the field.
It is very, very overcast today. And let's hope the rain stays away.
Rain due around 2 o'clock time, according to the forecast. We've seen the forecast can be unreliable.
Good bowling here from Pandey, keeping things tight and stump to stump. Let's just look at that cloud. It's something, a rare sight we've seen since we've been here, isn't it? Those grey clouds. Pretty much every day has been excellent sunshine. It's still very warm, 31 degrees. That's what helps those humid conditions. So the bowlers will want to make the most of this.
Smashing blow over the top of mid-wicket. Now that really will make her feel good after, 17 dot balls. This wasn't a bad delivery, I don't think. Did she drop it a little bit short? Not particularly.
Yes.
Whoa! Get into that. Whoa, my word. What a cracking shot.
Well, nicely muscled, wasn't it? I think it's one of those as a batter when you start your innings and you're playing very safely, but after a while you realise there's no runs on the board. The good thing for her as well is that once it was that fraction shorter, which is the kind of length that Pandey's been bowling, but it didn't swing that much, that delivery, so she was able just to help it on its way. Good connection.
A couple of other games going on in this final round of Super 6 matches. The important one being Sri Lanka versus Bangladesh, because Bangladesh, big win for Bangladesh there, could still see them get into the top 4 at Sri Lanka's expense. And Bangladesh have won the toss there and elected to field. Sensible, because they will then know when they come to bat exactly how quickly they've got to score those runs to change the run rate. And it's going to be a very, very tall order. Bangladesh's run rate very much inferior to Sri Lanka's, and Sri Lanka got off to a good start, 14 for no wicket in the third over. Good blow, but straight to the fielder. And the other game is let's look at the replay first.
Yeah, just a nice strike there. I wasn't able to thread it through the gap, but you can just see any length there. There's the Pakistan batsmen are looking to get on the back foot at the moment. So India might think about just bowling it that bit fuller.
Just to mention that other game, Ireland batting against South Africa, and a 10 for no wicket after 3 overs. That's the final Super 6 game. South Africa already qualified for the World Cup. Ireland already knocked out, so they won't be going to the finals. Another nice strike, and again picks out backward point. This is very much what Mance is bowling for, though, with this field. Slip gully, third man, and sweeper on the cover boundary. Backward point.
It just looks today like she might be slightly rolling her wrists over the delivery. We've seen normally when she gets that shape, that the wrist is fully presented all the way down. But it will be worth having a little look at her action today. Let's see if we can have a chance just to look at it. She bowls brilliantly. She really gets into a lovely side-on action, but let's just have a look here. Again, that perfect rhythmic run-up. Looks like just one finger on the seam as she approaches. Great gather, that's the best part of the action. And just look at that delivery there, just slightly maybe trying to shape it. It'll be interesting to see if she can get the wrist a bit further behind that.
Shut stumps and safely through. So off the mark at last, Nahida Khan.
Well, they've looked for a couple of singles here, the two batters, which is good. And the first one they didn't take. It's quite tight in there at mid-wicket. Looks like it's Shika Pandey, maybe. No, it's Devika Veda, actually, who's in there at mid-wicket. But they managed to squeeze one out. I think if they can find a way to keep this ticking. And you can see that gap at the square leg umpire.
Nice looking drive. Could have thought about one there, but feeling for it really. I think she just checked the shot. Looking to place rather than hit here.
Just have to wait a fraction on it there, don't you? You could just see the ball just semi-slowing off the surface, but nicely played and well got into there. But these two, they're in great form at the moment. That team must be pretty happy. Like we said, they're under a new coach.
They look tense, don't they?
They're hoping they'll be sat there for a little while.
Fuller length there from Pandey. If anything, she's probably been guilty of just bowling a little bit on the short side.
Mitali having a good chat with her bowler. She's bowled very well. Only that one delivery, which was fraction short. They're having a think, I think, about that leg side, whether they do put protection out there.
I think the way she's shaping it back in needs. In fact, she's strengthening the offside, so angling the ball into the bat.
I think she's gonna. I think she feels that Nahida is going to go for it. Is going to take that opportunity, so she's going to have to probe that offside. She'll have to be so disciplined with her line here.
Any tailing in, and it's a huge gap through mid wicket. Maybe just getting to look at. To work that side and maybe looking for an LBW or something, but that's...
Yeah, definitely looking for her to play across the line. Pandey is very consistent as well, so if she can keep probing that offside, I think there's real opportunity there, but like you say, there's a massive gap. There's absolutely no one.
Acres of space.
There's a couple of pigeons or birds, but apart from that...
In the air, two slip, full length delivery. Let's have a look. Was this on the back? Yes, I think she might have jammed this into the ground. Yes, not a chance. That was a bump ball struck into the ground, and still should have been taken by slip, admittedly, but Krishnamurti not being able to hold on. Wouldn't have been out if it had been held. Shouldn't have been out if it would have been held.
It's nice when you've got one of your experienced bowlers that you can work a plan up with, and we could just see here Mitali Raj and Shika Pandey having a good chat. It's about this leg side, whether they leave it open, but I think it's good when you can have a player you can work with and build that communication and try and set a plan.
Gully coming out and now going to... well, a deepish leg gully, really. Or that odd position, short, long leg. Picks out the fielder at mid-on.
I think that third field has just been put back in for maybe a bit of protection, just in case she does stray a little bit. But they've also got the man out a lot straighter now, which is Mansi Joshi. And that's for... if she does drop a fraction short and gets picked up, there's that protection.
Little nibble there, didn't quite lucky. See how close she was to this.
Just didn't get across at all.
Just leave her a fraction after her pitching, but maybe a little bit of bounce though as well. Missed it comfortably in the end.
End of the over. 6 for naught, and India very much on top here, apart from that one major scoring shot that we saw. It's just been tough going here. Look at the two batsmen having to have a little think. But as expected, they should know it's going to be tricky in that first 10. The ball's moving. Very good opening bowlers. And both these two are in really fine form at the moment, so they can afford to take a little bit of time. But at some stage, they'll have to find a way to pierce that inner field.
Changing the commentary box now with Ebony moving out. Anjum moving in. Nice drive through the offside, ease that one out to the sweeper. Nahida moves on to 3. Let's have a little think about where they're going to be scoring runs here. Square of the wicket's an obvious option, and we've also seen both batters getting over towards off trump, trying to work it away on the leg side. No fine legs, so anything fine. A mid wicket is runs, and that's over the top. That's runs, but it's rather sort of plugged and stopped. So just the 2 runs, but we saw this earlier. Short delivery, plenty of bottom hand in that, and once it clears mid wicket, it's safe enough. Through to the keeper. Morning, Anjum.
Morning, David. Morning to all the viewers around the globe. An important contest for Pakistan and India, and we've got David who's supporting India, and it's me who's supporting India and Pakistan both, because you want to have a good match.
Yeah, I mean,
That's okay, I stumped you.
I'm entirely neutral. Entirely neutral, Anjum. Although I do have a favoured Indian player, of course, in Devika, one of the promising young talents in the Indian team.
Yes, she is. In fact, a few good players around the Pakistan outfit as well. I say that, but Emma Anwar, who's been around, she's been pretty impressive. Both Nashra Sandhu out there, Aisha Zafar, and more importantly, the Centurion, the first Centurion. Of course, there was another one who got the runs, but Javeria Khan is what I'm talking about. She's very young in age, and she's impressed one and all with her batting. And now she started bowling back again in international cricket.
That's over the top. She's lucky there. She's gone for that bottom hand pull over mid wicket. Ball a little bit too full. It's just cleared the slips. Look, it's, oh my word, no chance. Racing away to the boundary. And good fortune there, and Mansi Josh is muttering under her breath as she walks back. Knows she was unlucky. That could quite easily have nestled into first slip's hands had it been a metre or so lower. Fortune favours the brave.
You're busy. I was mentioning a few youngsters around. They've had a
good opening stand between the openers already at 212 that they got. The two Pakistan openers has been brilliant. I think I was just having a chat with the Pakistan skipper Sana Mir, and she's impressed with the youngsters that have been given an opportunity coming in and have grabbed those chances, especially looking forward to the World Cup coming ahead in the month of June in England, considering they're most likely to be comfortably placed in terms of making it. So good youngsters around on the park from both Pakistan and Indian team.
That's down the leg side. Got something on that. Is it bat? Is it pad? It's pad. It's 4 leg byes, but another boundary to the Pakistan total. Just straying, and you can't stray down there with this field. And ball very quickly away for 4. To be fair, it would have gone for 4 had she had the orthodox fine leg in position. There is no fine leg. Short, and that well, she's got away with that. That's a loose delivery.
Shikha Pandey will be unhappy with the line that she's been bowling. She gets nice and comfortable close to the umpire, close to the stumps. And look at that wrist position. Just a little bit of an angle that she's been bowling. So she's really making an effort for the ball to hold its line, hold its length, and just go straight on to the keeper. Just like this one.
In the air and gone. Straight forward. That's a straightforward chance. It was short, it was wide, and it was taken at backward point by Ekta Bish. Let's see it again. Didn't get over the top of it, did she, Anjum? She's big disappointment there for Nahida Khan.
Yeah, that's the first blow. As Javeria Khan, she's been in good form for the Pakistan team. Comes in much earlier than the Pakistan team would have liked, but she's in. And the reason she has to walk in early is because Shikha Pandey bowled one outside the off stump, and Nahida, the intention was right. She wanted to play the cut shot, but would have wanted to clear this fielder at the backward point region. In the bargain, she held out and lost a wicket.
She either needed to go over the top there, and there was enough width and height on the ball that the delivery that she could have actually cleared the infield, or she needed to get on top of it and hit it down.
Just because it was rising maybe, and Nahida is not a very tall player, she didn't have enough time to get on top of the ball. I think she wanted to have cleared the point region and get to the boundary, but loose shot.
Angling into the new batter, Javera.
Slip in place for Shikha Pandey. She'll be happy with that. The Indian team will be happy with that, because I feel that they would be thinking they've not really utilized the conditions that they've picked on in the first 6 overs. So this wicket would have definitely given a regroup.
Pushed up to mid-off.
Hitting a much better length, Shikha Pandey, than she started off with, or the last couple of overs that she's bowled.
And the wicket was it was a gimme, really, wasn't it? Short and wide. Should really have crashed that away to the boundary, but picked out backward point. Probably just about the worst ball she's bowled this morning. It's the one that takes the wicket.
How often have we seen that? 7 overs gone, 17 for 1 Pakistan.
Nancy Joshi coming in to bowl her 4th over. Solid enough start from Pakistan. Obviously they won't want to have lost that wicket, and could have lost two with Aisha Jaffer. A little bit lucky in the last over, didn't go to hand. Likes to get that bottom hand in, likes to play the pull shot. India reacting to that by putting a fielder out into the deep. That's Devika Veja. Angling away, hit over the top this time. Well, she likes to go aerial. Going to get a couple of runs. Didn't quite time that, but once it was over the infield, always going to be a couple of runs there.
Mansi Joshi will be happy that she managed to get one over the covers from the batter. Nice relaxed run up, comes in, tries to finish, have a strong finish, but I'll be happier if she gets slightly closer. She's much better than what we've been seeing over the last couple of matches of Mansi Joshi. She tries to come in closer and gets this shape on a much more consistent manner. I think she'll be a much more dangerous bowler to any of the batters with the ball just shaping away.
Nice little bit of shape there.
It just gives an iota of an opportunity for any right-hander bat to make sure that they cover their off stump and leave the ball. These conditions, and in a away swinging bowler, you would want to create that iota of doubt on the batter's mind, which one to leave. If you can get as close to the stumps, you're giving yourself a best chance.
Pushed into the offside easily enough there.
And that's where the opportunity of your slips and gully fielders come into action much more. You would want to strengthen that slip cordon. You got a slip and a gully, both in Mona Mishra and Deepti Sharma. But ideally, if you have a swing bowler like that and the conditions that are prevailing, you would want to strengthen that if the bowler is hitting good lengths.
She thought about playing that one, left it alone. Maybe with the new batsman on strike, she would get a second slip in there. Certainly she's getting that shape away. Doesn't need it at the moment.
I like the seam position that she offers, Mansi Joshi. Pretty straight up. She's not shy in bending her back. I must confess that I've seen her bowling quicker than what she's been bowling out here. But like any bowler or any opening bowler, the captain will say, concentrate more on the line and length rather than just being of raw pace. Much better. A much better finish to the previous ball. Better length. I'm sure the skipper, Mithali Raj, who herself has positioned herself on the mid-off region, maybe just to help with a little bit of confidence going in for the youngster at the end of each delivery, just having a quiet little words of encouragement, of just making sure that you're pitching in the right area that you've just done in the previous delivery. It really, really helps.
End of a good over there from Mansi Joshi. We were talking with Ebony earlier about the young players in the Indian side. It's a great time, isn't it, for women's cricket in India when you've got such talents as Deepti Sharma, as well as we're seeing there with Mansi Joshi as well, and Devika Veja. That's the one wicket to 4 so far with Pandey. But you've got talented youngsters coming through like that. That's got to be great for the next few years when they get that experience under their belt, when they get 22, the teenagers, they get to 22, 24.
Absolutely, and you would want to keep those youngsters, much interested and especially try to build that little nucleus that we all always look for, a core team of at least 10 players, 11 players, which are always there around. With the youngsters coming in and out, they always hold fort, and when you get your youngsters out there early enough to learn from the senior pros who've been around the international cricket. I think these are the tournaments you really look to measure them. You really look forward for your youngsters to go out there and perform and test their skills, their temperament at this level, because this is nearly the best international level that you would want to call it. It's the ICC qualifiers. You've got 10 teams from different continents, different regions playing, vying for a spot. So it's all pressure on teams. It's good to test your youngsters there.
Straight onto leg stump there. It's going to cost her a couple of runs. It is. Maybe Mansi Joshi should have done better there. She's tried to pick the ball up twice. She's not amused with that. She's picked that up and got it away quickly. It might have. Whoa, there's one. Yeah, second time? No. Third time, lucky Mansi.
She took her eyes off the ball, didn't she? It's always so important as a fielder to not look up who the batter is and where is she coming back for a second or not, and just keep your eyes on the ball.
In the air, but well short of backward point. This Indian squad that's here, pretty much the squad that would go to the World Cup in June.
They're missing 3 players from this. When I say 3, they missed out with Julan Goswami due to injury, and so is Smriti Mandana. Both of them haven't been able to make it, who were already announced in the original squad of 15 or 14.
Both certainties.
They should, if they come out of their
fitness.
injuries. Yes, I reckon those both Smriti Mandana and Julan Goswami should make it to the 14 or 15, whatever the number of players that they're selecting for the World Cup. And another player, Sukanya Parida, a quick bowler again. She was the one who got injured in the camp and had to be replaced. So I reckon that at least they should, if they're all fit, they should come back. At least 2 of them should come back.
Edge and gone, well taken at first slip. Great catch that, moving sharply to her right, Krishnamurti. And let's have a look at that again. Looking for the drive, not quite there, and good catch. Impressive one, that well taken.
Absolutely, extremely good catch, Veda Krishnamurti. As a big blow to Pakistan. Javeria Khan walks back for 2, 21 for 2.
Yeah, because she's been in good form. Runs against Ireland in Pakistan's last match, and 2 vital early blows. Pakistan will want to recover a little bit from this situation. Maroof on her way in, left-hander, which will... Let's have a look at this again. This is a good catch. She's got to move some way, look. Almost took a pace in there. That's a smashing...
Finally.
Second wicket for Pandey.
Yeah, good wicket. And no wonder the bowler Shikha Pandey was happy. Good celebration there. At least some celebration we get from the Indian bowlers. And largely because I'm sure she's happy because she managed to get the batter to nick that one with the ball managing to carry to the slip. A good length delivery and a good catch from Veda Krishnamurti.
Yeah, she managed to get a... she actually managed to get in a step there, which you don't often see at slip. Swung that into the onside. Got one thinking of getting a second. In comes the throw from Vaidya, but home comfortably.
Aisha Zafar, the centurion for Pakistan again against Ireland. That she had a good partnership with Javeria. PNG, probably Papua New Guinea. They had that partnership with scoring a first century of the tournament. Luckily and good for Pakistan that at least she's out there in the centre while she's seen the 2 batters walk back to the pavilion.
That's in the air. That should be wicket number 3. Vaidya's under it and drops it. Oh, plenty of time to get under that one. That wasn't difficult. Right up in the air, and that should have been wicket number 3. She's under it, and no.
It had all the time in the world to be caught, and that's probably let Devika drop that as well. When it's extra height and you've got a lot of time to get under that, there is always that extra bit of pressure.
She's been exiled down to third man now.
Oh Lord. Mansi Joshi wouldn't be happy. She could have picked up her worst wicket, and Devika Vaidya, the youngster. And this would be a tough one to swallow for either of them.
Off the mark.
Just when we were talking about Aisha Zafar being the lone batter out there, she gave an opportunity, and look at that, nowhere in position. She was not stable at all before she took that catch. Devika Vaidya, she was still on the move, hands were right in front of the face, never in control.
If we see that again in a minute, you'll see that at the last minute she changes her hands from the fingers up to trying to take it with her fingers pointing down, which hey, swung away to the boundary, and that's the well, that's the of course the punishment. Let's have a look at this again. Oh, this is the pull over mid wicket, but perhaps in a minute we can have a look at the technique on that drop couch at mid wicket when we've that's another chance. Struck straight back to her, came quickly, didn't hold on to it, and Aisha's certainly having some good fortune here on the full.
Oh,
thank you very much. In and out.
She's had an eventful over this, Mansi Joshi. She would not be happy, nor would the skipper. Aisha Zafar certainly enjoys that. She's been living a life on the edge and scoring.
Just turned around the corner for one, probably off leg by. Let's have as Ebony moves into the commentary position. Let's have a look, see if we can have a look at those 2 drop catches again. First of all, if we look at the one at mid wicket, she's changed her mind at the last moment. That's the caught and bowled. That's the second one. But, if we can just have a look at this mid wicket one again. Bowling change at the moment, so we're not missing anything. But let's have a look at this one, Ebony. Up in the air an awfully long time, but there she fingers up and then she changes. Look, right at the last moment.
Yeah, you could just see the change, and also she didn't quite get herself central. She had time. It's difficult when the ball goes up. Young player. Well, in comes Ektabish, one of the more experienced players now. Left arm bowler, very darty, will angle the ball in. To think of somebody as maybe a Jadeja of the Indian men's team, that left arm who fires it in. So she'll be looking to continue this. A very good start for India. I mean, those 2 wickets, especially 2 batters who have been pretty set. They'll be disappointed about a couple of drops. But let's see now. So Ektabish looks like she's got a Good start in the action. We talked about her bowling these darts, Roshan, and she's coming straight away on the money. Let's have a look at this.
Yeah, that's the angle, coming in with the arm, slightly round arm, lower arm action, and that these things are given, generally given. When you're hit in line, whether it's the front or back, doesn't matter if you're batting in your crease. So Zafar goes for 19. Pakistan now 30 for 3.
And that's the thing as well, she's not the tallest of bowlers as well, so when you're bowling quite flat, you know the umpire knows that it's unlikely to go over the stumps. So there's a lot of work now to do for Pakistan. You just feel these wickets could be a matter of time. They're making the most of the early conditions. So Naina Bedi to join Bisma Maroof, and there's a bit of work to be done here, and the reason she's here because of this. Straight in on the money, like we say, pitched just outside the off stump, but angling in, looked like it would have hit middle and leg, and look at that appeal. No doubt he was going to give it, because it was absolutely plumb. Great start from Bisht.
In fact, I thought it hit the back leg. So she was forward, but she completely missed the angle. Left arm spinners, particularly the likes of Bisht with a slightly newish ball with good control, can be difficult. They're at you all the time.
I suppose it's slightly easier maybe for the bowlers who bowl darts to come in earlier. It's often your big spinners who can lose that grip, but someone like Bish can maybe just look to keep line, a fraction of turn.
I think it's all about bowling wicket to wicket here with Bish. She's not going to try and price the batsman out with spin or anything like that. She's just going to bowl some variety, quicker ball, lower arm, the armour that comes in, the straighter one. That's the line she'll want to bowl, just outside the off stump, angling into the right-hander. So the last ball of the over. Good start for Bisht. It's a maiden. Pakistan 30 for 3.
Well, India will be very pleased with the start. It was a really good toss to win. Like we said, the overhead conditions. It's not an easy wicket to bat on, and the early bowler's got some good swing. So these two are going to have some work to do. The new batter coming in, Naina Bedi, one of the more experienced players for Pakistan, 79 ODIs. She got some runs against Ireland, a nice 44. And then Bisma Maroof, of course, as well. They've got a bit of work to do to rebuild here. Wickets are key, and you just feel if India keep going the way they are, well, it'll be tough to bat out the 50 overs, so they need a partnership desperately. It looks like it might be Sharma to come in, the youngster. Deepti Sharma's really been a revelation, one of the Indian players. Good off spinner with a little bit of turn.
She's going to get some turn definitely, because this pitch must be having some moisture. And always when a pitch starts to dry, when the moisture starts to dry, the spinners will come into play. And that first ball could be an indication of the drying moisture. She's finding some turn, definitely. Get in a gully. With the left-hander on strike, I would get in a gully.
I think you're right. Let's just have a look. They've got 3 on the leg side. And it looks like they are bringing in. They've got slip, gully, pretty tight extra cover.
I thought that shot was coming. they were looking to play a shot like that. I'm sure she was trying to get out of strike.
Yeah, I think it's a decent shot if you got the skill to play it, especially as there's no fine legs, but with the pace, the paddle might not be on, but the flat sweep is an opportunity just to rotate strike. Here a little bit different now with the ball coming into the right-hander. Some work to do there for Abedi.
Having a short square leg, I would have rather had the backward square leg out on the boundary, because they might look at the sweep option. And maybe a forward short leg with the off-spinner bowling, just to try and keep the batsman in check.
The bowler's doing a good job at the moment, just probing outside that off stump, not giving her that room on the leg side to try and pierce that field.
Still a little bit too short. I think she needs to get her playing on the front foot. That's the end of the over. 31 for 3.
But great start from Dipti Sharma. Again, only 19 years old, played a few ODIs, over 10 ODIs now. But I think for a 19-year-old she scored an 89 in one of the earlier matches, she seems to get some good revs on the ball. I think that's an exciting prospect that you can build around talent. I think India never struggles to find talented players. It's just about, like I was saying a bit earlier, I like to see them get a good run, really invest in the real talented players so that they can develop. But she's someone who I'd expect to see at that World Cup, now that India have qualified.
Now from over the wicket, Bish. To the left-hander, Maroof on strike. What about someone close in on the offside or on the leg side? I'm a great fan of somebody always breathing down the batsman's neck in front of her eyes.
Yeah, and I suppose especially when you've got a situation like this, I would actually, even if they didn't change too much, I'd like to see the extra cover come in much tighter, just to be more imposing in terms of not giving them that opportunity. Let's just have a little look at this. So you can see on that offside there, extra covers almost on that outer ring.
Bish looking to try and loop it up and searching for some turn. We haven't still seen the stock ball that she generally bowls, the quicker one. Assist the spinners a little bit. That's what she shouldn't be doing. She needs to be pitching the ball up, getting the batter to play on the front foot. But far too many deliveries have been played on the back foot against the off spinner.
Dipti Sharma has bowled well. She's getting the drift going. She's landing the ball in good areas. She's asking questions. She's continued the pressure which Mansi Joshi left with. Enticing the drive, is not shy to toss the ball up, giving it a little loop. Got an opportunity in the previous over of a stumping, which was missed. Again well bowled. Naina Bidi. She's been around for a long while and she's been in form as well in this tournament. Just got a couple of scores in excess of 40 with just 1/2 century to her name, but she's one of those players who've got starts, hasn't converted it into a big one till now. Today is that opportunity. 16 gone, 37 for 3.
So India looking to try and attack Pakistan with spin. The left arm spinner Abeysinghe has been very efficient. She's just been like a machine, running and bowl so quickly. I haven't really given the batsman any chance to relax. Sharma, on the other hand, has been different with her loop and guile. So Bish will continue. Pakistan under a lot of pressure at the moment. Need a partnership going. Oh my goodness. That's a lot of turn. That's a lot of turn.
This is going to be a good contest. Abeysinghe is a tight bowler. She likes to strangle the batters in terms of giving them any freebies to free their arms. Bisma Maroof, one of the topmost batter. Oh, that's a poor miss. Fortunately, it hasn't resulted in any run. But because she's a good tight bowler, look at that turn that she extracts. It's largely to do with the wicket, I know, because there is a turn, there is a little bit of moisture, but you got to give some points for skill as well.
That's a wide. Just drifting down the leg side. So India, Pakistan. I don't think this tournament, this particular stage of the tournament could get any better than this. An India-Pakistan game. That's what everybody waits for. And mind you, on a Sunday. Well, the timing, not just in that shot, but in the game, couldn't have been better.
And in the past, these two teams have had a good contest. The last time they played each other in a 50-over format was way back in 2013 at the ICC World Cup in Cuttack. But all these years, in the last almost 4 years, they haven't had a go against each other in the longer format as a 50-over. But T20s, they've had some good share of beating each other. A couple of times the Pakistan team came back at India and India got their victory back again. So this format for sure on a Sunday, entire day, I think I'm sure there are many people tuning in and watching the game.
That time, cleverly bowled, completely done, deceived in the flight. And Abeysinghe strikes again. Look how far the batsman gets, or batter gets drawn. She was in no position to play that shot. She was beaten and she yorked herself with the dip, I suppose, Bish had. So Bidi goes without scoring. She's been scratching there for 20 balls. 39 for 4, Pakistan.
I just said to her about throwing the ball into the ground. I don't know if that's straight. She might take them in the
Alia Riaz, the new batter for Pakistan team. She's here much early than she would have liked, but Naina Bidi decided to take a stroll down the wicket. Not managing to get bat to ball. It was easy stumping for Sushma Verma. She's had a few let goes in the past and also in the earlier matches, but this time was an easy bit. Drinks have been called for. Would have had drinks just after this over possibly, but it gives an opportunity between the change of batters to have a little drink for the umpires. It's been an eventful morning after India chose to put Pakistan into bat. Some half-tracking bowling, loose shots, the balls flying past the slip cordon till it found Abeysinghe, a loose shot coming in from Aisha Zafar. And beg your pardon, the other opener was Nashra Sandhu, but soon to follow was the second wicket. And then Mansi Joshi got her act together, got an edge from Aisha Zafar, but Devika Vaidya putting it down. Another opportunity was created the same over, but this time Mansi Joshi, the bowler herself, putting it down. First ball for Abeysinghe, picked up a wicket. And happy faces there. She's been impressive. And this one again. from missed opportunity rather from the wicket keeper when Naina Bidi offered the same one, but then she offered the same opportunity yet again with Sushma Verma, the wicket keeper, completing the formalities. 4 down for just 39 runs. Pakistan. There's overcast conditions and a lovely morning for cricket. Find themselves under a lot of pressure. Remember, it's a must-win game for Pakistan if they have to win it handsomely, because there is going to be a toss-up in case Bangladesh upsets Pakistan in the other Super 6 encounter. 17 gone, 39 for 4.
Okay, so starting right arm round.
Bisma Maroof hasn't had the best of tournaments. She's had knocks of 16, 4, 20 and 35 as Poonam Yadav, the leg spinner, comes in to replace Deepti Sharma. She was the player of the match in the game against Zimbabwe 2 games ago when the Indian team was playing here at the Sara Oval. Nine wickets already in this tournament for Poonam Yadav.
Quick update from Sri Lanka versus Bangladesh. That's the game Pakistan will be very interested in. With Bangladesh fielding after they've won the toss. Sri Lanka 54 for 1 at the moment. And Bangladesh need to beat Sri Lanka, not just winning, but they need to win with a good run rate, if at all, to qualify. So quite a few equations have to be looked at. Oh, that's a friendly delivery. It's a pity that Maroof just couldn't put it away.
I'm sure her eyes lit up. Eyes lit up, and then she must have been reminded, oh my word, make sure that you clear the fielder at mid-wicket. That's Harmanpreet Kaur, else you'll be walking back to the pavilion.
Good work, good fielding. That short square leg, that sweep shot been well used, but just not been able to penetrate the field.
Yeah, that was one that Bisma will be very, very unhappy with. She could have at least taken a single from that. Plays a good sweep shot. The Indian team has got protection. They've got a deep square leg and a deep mid-wicket for the leg spinner Poonam Yadav bowling into the left-hander. So they've got protection in the boundary. Down the ground and has missed everyone. Good shot from Bisma Maroof. Will be happy picking up her first boundary.
Nicely tossed up, playing with the turn. That was the key. So she could have got a bit more timing into the shot because she was not attempting to hit against the turn. So that's a welcome boundary for Pakistan. 43 for 4, 18 overs completed.
The senior partner between the two, Alia Riaz, will be required that pep talk from Bisma Maroof. Alia Riaz herself has been pretty decent with the bat. The last game she got 31. Oh, yet again, another loosener she would have wanted to put away. It's just the pressure and the difficult, strong web that they're building around Pakistan themselves. Should be at least a single here.
Hold on to it and try again.
Oh, that missed everything once again. The stumps, the wicket keeper, and the bat. Couple to Bisma Maroof, but I think it should be putting down as buys though.
That stayed down. And again, I thought it was a bit untidy by the keeper. Anticipation wasn't great. Just tried to stop it with a boot, but couldn't, as it had sped past her. She needed to be a bit more alert.
What I'm also surprised with the wicketkeeper's movements is that she's not quickly moving either sides, and especially not anticipating the bounce, considering she's from India and these are subcontinental wickets. The bounce should be very well known to the wicketkeeper. That was a clean take. 19 gone, 46 for 4.
Well, India should be looking to try and get every possible half chance coming their way, because this is a good toss to win, good conditions to bowl, and a huge opportunity. Besides the tournament, I believe beating Pakistan in any form of cricket is one of the priorities of an Indian team.
That certainly gets a lot of people interested around the globe as to the two sides who's doing well, and especially over the past, since Pakistan has made a dent into the domination of this Indian team by never losing to Pakistan earlier. At least that was a 50-over format. That still stays in the 50-over format till we speak. But in the T20 format, Pakistan has beaten India, and since they've done that, the hopes have certainly risen. The confidence within the team is definitely there that they can go out there and make a better impression against the Indians. It makes a good contest.
This will be a good contest between bat and ball, particularly with a leg spinner bowling to a right-hander. Now, why is it slip so wide? That's my question. Why couldn't you have it a little bit finer? And I don't think the technique of Riaz is really great against spin. She hardly moves her feet. She tends to sort of stab at balls from where she is. Even that's an indication where she doesn't get a stride out. Seem to be playing more walking shots than really taking that stride out and looking to drive.
Yeah, Ali Riaz looks to be a much more strong bottom-handed player. See the last 4 deliveries, they've all gone in the direction of the onside. Closing in the face of the bat, ready to hit anything that's offered as width and been played on the onside. You've got 3 fielders on the on, which is a deep mid-wicket, straighter mid-wicket and a mid-on, but intention should be to make sure that she gets that edge if possible. 20 gone, 46 for 4.
Thank you.
Thank you, Roshan. Twenty overs gone. Right. A lot of spin out there.
Sharma's come back on from the far end here. Look at that economy, 0.67. She's been tossing it up, getting some good revs.
Getting a lot of turn, maybe too much turn actually.
So she's got the slip in. They're looking to turn it away from the left-hander, Maroof.
It's signalled as a wide. She's just getting too many revs on the ball at the moment.
It's noticeable how the pitches have started to wear, though, isn't it? From the first game through to now, after about 6 or 7 in.
We'll look at this field. You've got 5 saving 1 on the offside. On those, the 5 fielders in the circle. I'd be tempted just to have somebody out on the boundary, I think. Just have a look at that offside field. You see the 5 saving the 1 and the slip, and then there's the 2 saving 1 and just the deep mid-wicket out. So a little paddle around the corner could be profitable. Played and missed there.
Great work from the youngster. I can see why they brought it back on. They want to turn that ball away from the left-hander, maybe a bit more spin at that end for opportunity, but now we can see they're looking to bring in. So they're going to have a slip and a gully. They've just moved that point field around. Well
Good catch.
deserved.
Excellent catch, that. Very good to take a bottom edge. Oh, isn't she delighted?
Well, Verma's made up for it. She's done excellently, done really well. And that's the big batter as well. Bisma Maroof, bringing all her experience, was starting to look like she was just slowing the tempo down from the Indians. What I really liked about that delivery as well from Sharma is just there was a little bit of drift in and then it turned. So the captain looks like she's got to come in and do a bit of hard graft here, Sanamir. And this is not an easy position to come into.
Decent bit of timber she's got with her though, look at that.
Let's have a look. Just look at the drift here on this delivery. Shaped in and then turned away. There's a rough patch about 3 foot in front of the batsman, and that's what did her. Poor shot.
Great celebration, look at that. Way!
And I think the keeper would have been a bit frustrated. There she is, Verma. I think she would have been a bit frustrated about that first drop, and then she made up for it with a fantastic stumping and now a catch behind. I think she's a quality keeper. One mistake today, but she's shown in a couple of these takes that she's done that, you know, she's a really...
It's not easy for any keeper will tell you to take the bottom edges. Top edge, that's fair. You know, the one that comes off the top of the bat, that's easier. But that was off the bottom edge, and you could just see her delight as holding on to that one.
I think the Pakistanis are going to be struggling now. There's the tails in terms of what they've got left to come. They've got the keeper, Rabia Shah. And then they really start to get into the bowlers, Nashra Sandhu, Tariq and Yusuf. So you really feel that this captain has got to come in and do a really solid job.
You'd have to be tempted to have a short leg, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I agree with you. End of the over, 47 for 5. And an excellent over. Let's just look at this lineup. There's a lot of work here to do for the captain, but you felt that Zafar, that she started well, didn't she? Played a few nice shots, was looking for anything short early doors. But then things started to dry up. It was the seam bowlers.
To be fair, she did have a couple of chances as well, didn't she? So a couple of simple catches went down, but if you look, there were almost 2 bonus wickets at the top there for Pandey, because it's not particular seam bowlers pitch out there this morning, but the spinners, when they've come on, very difficult to get runs off, and taking wickets as well. So we're now going to see the leg spinner coming around the wicket to the right-hander. Can't quite work this one out, but I'm sure there's a plan there somewhere.
Well, if she did, I would think about having someone for the poke and prod on the legs. She's got 2 wide there, but getting some real turn. Claire Polisok there with her arms up.
Well taken again by Verma, but got to say that this is almost a sort of test match tactic rather than a one-day tactic to be bowling into the rough outside the right-hander's leg stump. And she's going to continue.
The captain's just had a word with the batter. I wonder if she's going to look at the sweep option.
Don't see the percentage in bowling around the wicket and spinning the ball away from the bat. You're taking the LB really out of the equation, aren't you? Nice bit
But
of
also, it's for the batter right now. I would actually be quite excited here because I'd be thinking, unless it pitches in line, I'd be looking to either use my feet or sweep. There's plenty of space on that leg side.
and if it does pitch in line, it's spinning away. So, I can see your eyes lighting up here, Ebony.
Yeah, this is perfect when you to come in and get your runs ticking along.
Very noisy crow as well. He's obviously not happy with the tactics.
Well, no real runs in this end of the over there. 48 for 5 at the end of 22. No real runs so far in this tournament for Riaz. And obviously more in here for off-break bowling, and has done well with the ball, but highest score so far. Managed to get 31 against Bangladesh. So she'll have to work a lot with the experienced captain. We'll have to just walk her through this tricky period here. We feel one more wicket. And India, if India want to be ruthless here, they could look at bowling them out for 75, 80. Is that a drop? Sounded like a noise in my ear.
That was the crow.
Well done, Deepti, shabash.
Maybe just off the pad. Reaction from Slip was more one of, oh, that was close, rather than, oh, you've dropped that.
Yes, I think it missed everything.
Hard to see where they get the runs at the moment. Ball's turning. Good. Good spin bowlers. Maybe get the broom out, do a bit of sweeping.
Yeah, big fan when the ball's turning, just to stay in the crease. There's so many different sweep shot opportunities as well. You can most probably not look to paddle with the pace that she's bowling, but there's a flat sweep hard out for a 1. If you could pick up one a little bit earlier from the bowler, there's a cow corner. And that's the thing as well, is, you know, you don't have to necessarily go for the big shot. It's just more about placement. If you aim to sometimes pick up 2, then that 4 comes. But at the moment, the captain of Pakistan just patting it back.
Bit of excitement there as another one's gone past the bat, and untidy from Burma. Very quick maiden.
I've been getting through this whole tournament, actually. I feel that the over rate has been really good. These spinners here are just churning through their balls. And then we see Yadav as well. It helps, obviously, when the batsmen aren't going for it, but still, I just feel that they've been really racing through them, keeping the pressure on the Pakistan batters. So Yadav, we saw her pick up a nice 5 foot early in the tournament, up there with the lead wicket takers as well. And I think this is a much better move, being able to come over the wicket and try and line the captain up, or Riaz even.
Just wonder whether she might want a second slip in there. Slips very wide. Good bowling.
Yeah, I think you could be right. The only thing is that she needs to make sure she keeps on the front foot. That last one, Yadav brought her forward, but we've seen a number actually, because of the pace of the wicket, the batsman have been able to get on that back foot. So if you bring that slip in, you've got to drag the batsman forward.
Beautiful, beautiful bowling.
Some good drift. There's a lot more going on in the air. I think the Indian spinners have been a class above everybody else.
Oh, a wrong one. Let's see how this one comes out.
Bold. You could see the seam as well, just rotating pretty straight. And if you've got that variety, that end of the over there, 48 for 5. If you've got that variety, I think this will come into play when they start playing the bigger teams.
That really is an excellent over, isn't it? That one delivery just drifting in and then spinning away, beautiful. I think the fourth ball of that over.
Looks like it might need be another change of bowler here. Looks like it'll be Devika Vaja, one of your favourite players.
Oh, Darth, love her.
Darth. Youngsters really come in and had an impact over these.
She's an exciting bowler with her leg spin. She gives it a good rip. Maybe not as, well, certainly not as experienced, and maybe not as consistent as the other bowlers. Let's go. Let's see if she gets a bit of drift and turn, as indeed we were seeing in the previous over from Yadav. A little bit of an edge there. Yeah, let's just have a look at that cracking, almost perfect leg spinner in the last over. There. In fact, that was the googly. That was the wrong one. Push back up the pitch there.
Oh, it's a very good googly.
Well done, Devika, well done.
The googly was good, but there was one delivery just before that that was absolutely perfect. Oh, where's that one gone? It's gone for a wide, but oh dear. Turn square, that one.
Just getting some real turn on this wicket. Slow turn, but it is gripping. There's very bare patches you can see there, just looking down that wicket.
Have a look at the turn on this one, the previous delivery. Oh,
Good
pitching
revs.
in line. Look at that. Wow. She is an exciting cricketer, Devika.
Scored a brilliant 89, didn't she? Earlier as well, so she offers a lot with the ball. Bat in the top order.
Just a little bit over pitch that time and played tentatively back to her.
I'd be tempted to think about bringing on one seamer from one end. And reason being is just obviously the spinners are going well and getting turned, but it is slow turn, and once these batters shut up shop, they're not going for the big shots. So it looks like it'll still be the spinners, but I just feel that a seam bowler, maybe when two batters are just poking and prodding, I mean, they've been there a long time, might just try and extract something, because there's plenty of time to see this ball turning. So it looks like it was Sharma to continue.
After that excellent over of leg spin, we're back to the off spin again. Ball turning in. Now you see we've got a second slip in here now for the off spinner. Didn't have one for the leg spinner, so I'm not quite sure Mitali's getting her tactics right here. Strong position there.
Slip and a gully for Deepti Sharma. All attack for the not so very comfortable looking Alia Riaz in the centre. Faced 22 deliveries, has to curb all her attacking instincts right now, because they're already 5 down. The pressure will be on her. Very content, just offering the full face of the bat and stopping it as close as possible to the body.
No, we'll attempt to be scoring runs, rotating the strike, working the gaps at the moment. Disappointing run rate. Not a lot you can do with the deliveries that are turning and bouncing a little bit like that, but don't think we've seen enough sweeping.
She likes to use the long handle. Largely whatever I've seen of her is she likes to play the ball between mid-on and mid-wicket region. Should be a wide.
It is a wide, and that brings up the 50 for Pakistan in this 26th over.
And I'm pretty sure if Alia gets the ball in that range, it's just outside the off stump, turning in into the right hand. If she gets a ball which is in the middle line leg region, I'm sure she's going to like to attack in that onside area. Use the long handle.
Well, you've got to play what's bowled to you rather than waiting for one in your slot.
Or make the bowler bowl to you.
Turned round the corner, not finding the gaps, and that's another old-fashioned maiden when they didn't used to count the wides, but just the one run coming from it.
Oh, when was that, David, when they never counted the wides?
Oh, we're back when I was young, 18th century.
So I've got an old war horse sitting next to me. I don't know what to call it. It's an old war horse, is the right word, David?
Probably about 30 years now, isn't it, since they started counting the wides and the no balls in maidens.
Oh, how easy was it for the bowlers to bowl anywhere they want to and not get accounted for. Gone are those days when they're even given a free hit for not overstepping, but just having a fielder outside the inner ring, and then you have to offer a free hit to the batters.
Tried through a little bit of variation there, got away with it. The umpire could possibly have suggested that was a wide.
50. And the last 5 already.
Quicker delivery.
It's a good time for Devika Vaidya to come in and bowl. She's had about 7 or 8 overs of bowling in all the matches that India has played till now. But right now she's got Mithali rather has a longer time to get the leg spinner an extended bowl in case she decides to give Devika a 10 stint spell, else just tends to miss out.
Now again, the leg spinner being asked to bowl around the wicket, spinning the ball away from the bat. She's going to have to get this very, very precise. Or it's going to be a wide. That one pitched in line, again spun a long way. Maybe she's just got to perhaps push it through a little bit quicker, not put quite so many revs on.
Sana Mir doesn't like to sweep the ball much. The Indian captain would be aware of that as well. And because she doesn't sweep, she can allow the leg spinner to bowl that kind of a line. Even if she bowls it on the middle leg stump, turning away, there is a protection at deep mid wicket for Devika Vaidya to protect her from being taken to the boundary. Oh, ball round her legs. What an exceptional delivery this is. And Alia Riaz had no clue what the ball was doing. Ball behind the stump, ball behind her legs.
Really should have had the pad over covering that one. Riaz, never comfortable, was she? Just the one run from her 28 deliveries. That's a disappointing end. Should have got her pad over. Should have made sure that if she missed it, the ball didn't miss the stumps. But there's a wicket for Vaidya anyway. Another left-hander coming in. Let's have a look, see why she's on her way. That's there now. Get that pad out and cover it. No, dearie me. That's a great angle. That is an absolutely great angle to see that. Should have covered it with a pad. She couldn't have been out then.
Well, the youngster Devika Vaidya will be happy. She picked up a wicket. The captain will be happy as well because she asked her to change the angle to the right-hander. Boy, that's definitely anyone's delight. The simple reason, you were able to not induce a shot from the batter and just cleaning her up behind the legs.
It's a dismissal you see in first-class cricket or in Test match cricket. You don't see it that often in the one-day game.
Not at all, and not against players who come from the subcontinent, especially who are tuned to playing spin bowling. So yes, that's definitely a surprise. Rabia Shah, the next batter for Pakistan. End of a successful over. 27 gone, 52 for 6 Pakistan.
Successful over there for Vaidya. She's got 1 for 3. I like watching her bowling. She gives it a good rip with her leg spin. Got that youthful exuberance. Very good batter as well. She'd be my one to watch for the future. It's going to be Deepti Sharma to continue with her off spin, and she seems a much more experienced cricketer, Deepti, but she's the same age as Vaidya. Lots of talented young Indian women in this team. Another one just crossing over to mid-wicket at the moment. That's oh, big spin back into the bat there. Turning, well, almost turning square at the moment, isn't it? Very much tempted to have a short leg in there. Pitch the ball up. Bit of bounce that time as well.
Still a little short for me from Deepti Sharma. It's giving enough time for the batter to go back onto the back foot and stop that. Maybe a little up, a little further up, where the batter is forced to go onto the front foot and drive.
Quicker delivery that time.
Experienced Sana Mir. A whole lot of work to do with the team. Ah, that's a better delivery. Better delivery in line and length from the off spinner. Just outside off, turning in.
Oh.
Mind you, Pakistan has good spinners in their ranks as well. 28 gone, 52 for 6.
Yeah, I don't think they'd want to be chasing anything much above 180 on this pitch. At the moment, though, it's very, very difficult to see how Pakistan are going to get to 100, never mind 180. They're struggling it along, less than 2 runs per over. There's the projections you can see at the bottom of the screen. 5 runs and over, I think that's extremely ambitious. I'd suggest perhaps somewhere between the 3 and 5 they might be looking at, get around 130, 140. So maybe have a sniff if they get a couple of early India wickets. A little hold up here with the skipper going off. Substitute fielder. Soni Yadav. And we're all ready to start the 29th over.
Harmanpreet Kaur, standing at backward square leg region, is the one who's marshalling her troops in the absence of Mithali Raj. This has been a very, very ordinary show from the Pakistan team. They're a much better team than what is on display right now.
Nice variation there, just angling that across the batter. Past the bat again. Nice little variations here from Vaidya. Given as a wide. She thought that might have just flicked the pad on the way through. The umpire certainly didn't. Big spin again.
It's been interesting to see how many extras the Indian team has bowled already. 13, and how many wides would that account for? get the ball out of the square, the Pakistan batters. 29 gone, 53 for 6.
Umpires have been fairly strict on the wides today, with the ball spinning as much as it is, of course. Very easy to just get your line slightly wrong, ball turning away. What's going on here? There's plenty of discussion going on.
Ekta Bisht has been given the ball from the pavilion end, and she's replacing Deepti Sharma. Just be tempted to try a quick bowler here.
Of course, got enough bowlers that they don't really need to bring the quick bowlers back at all, if that's the decision. But I've got to agree with Anjum. Got to agree that they should be bringing a little bit of possibly Mansi Joshi at this stage.
And another reason why I say that is not only because you want variation in this bowling lineup. Another reason is also that Mansi Joshi is a new kid on the block, and these are good conditions to try the youngster to come out there and clean up the tail of the Pakistani batters. She wasn't great in the first 4 overs that she bowled, 5 overs that she bowled. So coming back here and giving her a second spell, it's just giving more options for a skipper to test your youngster in an international game and how they go out there and bowl. And you have time, because from the other end, a spinner is bowling well and picking wickets.
Turn there, but slow turn away from the bat.
You would want to get her there. That's Mansi Joshi. She can come in and... that's a catch again. What a beauty.
That is a stunning catch. We've seen some good ones in this tournament, but that one-handed going sharp past the keeper, that is a super catch. That she went late, and took it at the second attempt. What a catch that is.
Veda Krishnamurthy, great anticipation. That's the biggest wicket that Ekta Bisht could have gone at the moment. Sana Mir walks back, and 53 for 7, Pakistan.
I think Pakistan now have really just got to say, right, we're not going to achieve anything by trying to survive. Let's get out there, let's give it the long handle and see where we go from there. Bisht now 3 for 8, spinning the ball away from the bat. That was a great catch, really was a good catch. Here comes Sadia Yusuf. Let's have a look at this again. There she is at slip. She goes late, gets a hand on it, up in the air, and I love that again. Thank you very much. A super effort. Absolutely delighted with that, and quite right to be as well. Last ball of the over coming in. That quicker delivery, swinging in or just drifting in. Going on with the arm, trying to just sneak one through for an LBW decision, as she did with her first ball of the morning. So there we have it. Yusuf just having faced one ball. Shah not off the mark either. Loads and loads of dot balls, the odd wide, and then that wicket. Ebony back in the commentary box. Cracking catch that, Ebs.
Unbelievable catch, and I think one of the things I really believe this India side have the makeup to challenge the top 4 again, and when they feel like that, it makes you just feel like they can definitely get back there. You feel that there's a lot of fielders now who are dynamic. Vader moved excellently there. We've seen how good Harmanpreet Kaur is, and sometimes they just let themselves down. But today, we've seen some unbelievable fielding, and also the keeper has had 2 brilliant takes today. So an exciting little period here for India. They want to be ruthless and really tie things up for these last few wickets. And Roshan back.
Hello, Ebony. Yeah, it's been good for India. It's been very good, in fact. That's a wide. But I think the Indians need to exploit these conditions a little bit better. Not that they have done it badly, but they could do better. They've bowled 8 wides already. Need to create a little bit more pressure here, I think. Oh, well bowled. No harm in having that silly point in. Take a look at this delivery. Turn and bounce. You can well afford to bring that short extra cover fielder in towards silly point. She's got in a little bit tighter now, but she can get in a few steps forward.
But also one thing that she's doing well here, Sharma, is pitching it up a little bit more. We saw earlier, maybe it's a fraction short at times, but she's really getting nicely through the action, getting the revs. There's some big bare patches available to make the most of and land it in. And again, 19 years old, this spinner, Roshan.
Always a delight to watch a classical off spinner at work. And that's exactly what Sharma is. Nice, easy action. And this is Apesh, but in the gap at mid-wicket. Looking for that sweep shot, dragging it from wide of the off stump.
Just look at that timeline there. 3 wickets in it, and only 1 scoring shot. This is tough going for Pakistan. 1 ball left in this over. Still got protection with 1 man out.
Overs done, 31 overs completed, 55 for 7. Looking at the way Pakistan have been batting, I get the feeling that they're more intent to try and play defensive cricket. Just first approach or the first need as far as the batter is concerned is survival. And then, if the options are available, they may look at scoring runs.
I think the best that they could look for from here is anything above 80. It's going to be a long way between here and there. But there's no point just staying there but not actually adding any runs. They're going to have to find the occasional wide one, throw your hands through it. Because the field is so tight, if you do pierce, there's a lot of possibility. They'll want to bat as much time as possible, but they do need to find some ways to trouble that scoreboard. And gone. Easy. Chipped straight, very comfortably into second slip's hand there. Hector Bisht, I think it was the angle that she got. Just look at this.
That's a nicely looped delivery, almost a half volley. I think it had a lot to do with poor technique than anything else, because the feet never went anywhere, just played from where she was, and a simple catch to second slip. So Rabia Shah has to go, but India wouldn't be complaining. 55 for 8.
No, India really, I mean, we know how big a clash this can be, and India haven't been beaten by Pakistan in an ODI yet. They have beaten them in T20s. So I would have felt that this morning Pakistan would have been revved up, and so would India because of the big clash. But I think India today have shown their class. They've been ruthless. They've bowled well. Maybe a few mistakes in the field, but other than that, they've been clinical. The bowlers have made the most of the conditions. So Mashra Sandhu, who's also been bowling really well in this tournament, but batting, well, that'll be a different story. Let's have a look.
Look at the feet movement of the batsman or the batter. There is no movement whatsoever. So much of firm front foot. Just not going anywhere. No striding at all. Just playing from where she was. And no surprise that the end result was a thick edge to slip. A healthy edge. So Ekta Bish has been very good. She's got a 4 for 8. She should be one of the serious contenders for the player of the match here. Again, the reluctance to get forward and the reluctance to get on the front foot and drive. She's got 2 deliveries to spin away. Now will she bring the one to come back? Will she look to try and bring the arm ball in? Yeah, that's a quicker one. That's what I was anticipating. That's the one she was possibly looking to push through a little bit quicker.
Just firing it in. I also think as well, because Bish just got a little bit more pace, I think with some of the other spinners, they give it a bit of air or bowl it slower through, but that extra bit of pace gives a batsman less time to react.
She's a good spinner. Her arm speed is good, the delivery speed is excellent, and the batters particularly who hardly move will find it difficult to get to her. 55 for 8, 32 overs completed.
And let's just have a look at Bish's 4 wickets. Here we go. First one, that was the LBW. Possibly went sneaked through onto the back leg. It was plumb. And then again, that stumping. This was the comeback from the keeper, Verma. Simple stuff. This is the excellent catch. Look at that, diving to her left. And a big celebration. Now the last one here. Batsman error. Easily knocked up there to second slip. But look at that. She's well known on the international circuit. And so she should be, because she's a quality spinner. Good pace and good revs. Now over to Yadav. It's very different kind of bowler. Tosses it up. Does have that one that goes straight on, or the googly. But just things really tough going now for Pakistan.
I would like Yadav to bowl more wicket to wicket rather than outside the off stump. Just with tail-enders in, they don't have the technique to cope with the turning ball, so it's always good to maybe aim middle and leg if she's going to spin like this. Which is the perfect ball, I thought. A little bit too flighted. Maybe if you could just get it around that length area. That's not a happy place for Pakistan. Must be utterly disappointed, in fact.
In some ways, Roshan, I'd like to see a seam bowler come on, mainly Mansi Joshi, and I just think if you just bowl full and straight with the batsmen who aren't moving their feet too well, it really just takes out opportunity.
Yeah, even Pandey for that matter. Someone who could really go in and bowl a full length, wicket to wicket. Because these batters could be real candidates for LBW.
There's Joshi there on camera. I just think with Pandey, because she shapes the ball, end of the over, 55 for 8. Because Pandey shapes it so much, if she misses her line, it could continue off. Whereas Joshi's much more going through the line, straight kind of bowler. So I just feel that Joshi might be someone who could, there she is. I just feel like she's somebody who could come in at the back end, a bit more pace, bowl straight, and just clean things up.
Yeah, she'd be a good option, no doubt. But I've been a little bit disappointed with the way she bowled today. Because I give her more credit than what I saw out of her today, because I think she's a far better bowler. She's greater control, gets good shape. And as you correctly said, has a bit of pace, tends to get a bit of nip off the track. But this morning, I felt both Indian seam bowlers were say a notch too short, getting the Pakistan openers playing on the back foot. And if you recall that opening wicket, it had a lot to do with a bad shot because it was a short and wide delivery that sort of dragged the batter to play a cut shot rather than that a delivery that would find an outside edge and getting caught in the slips. That's the one she needs to bowl straighter.
Yeah, the one that she fires in. She does have a little bit of variation. Like you say, that's the quicker one, but you need to get that on the stumps. Excellent ball there. She has tossed up one or two bish, just one or two, not many. She does like to fire it in. And I think that change of pace usually helps, especially when batters are trying to play shots. At the moment, look at that. A lot of dots in line. And this is potentially another maiden. And it is. 55 for 8, end of the over, and Pakistan are coming to that grinding halt. And for India, it's about being ruthless and finding a way to get that breakthrough. They're having a good chat. But tough going here. The batsmen both haven't troubled the scorecard yet. And this is the danger, is that you come in, you chew up a lot of balls, and then you don't actually affect the score.
That's a wide. Now, with numbers 9 and 10 in, I believe dismissing tail-enders is a skill. It takes a special effort to dismiss a tail-ender. They're asking for a stumping. I don't think that's out. I didn't really see that leg move.
Well, it's good turn, tossed up nicely there by Yadav. A big swipe, you could just see that back-footed move. Decent effort from the keeper. Wasn't able to drag her forward. But we talked about Pakistan looking to get some runs. At least there was some signs of intent there. We'll have to keep tossing it above the eye line to try and induce that shot.
I mean, when you say that you need skill to dismiss a tail-ender, that's because tail-enders keep missing all the time. Playing and missing and playing and missing. And bowlers generally know how to dismiss batsmen with good technique. Just tell me, how do you dismiss a batsman or a batter when you play a shot like that and miss a perfectly good delivery? It would have dismissed a better player because it spun enough, just went past the outside edge.
Well, they're thinking about the run, but sent back by Sandhu, who didn't fancy it at all. If they would have gone quickly, there would have been that opportunity on, but poor communication between the two batters.
Don't tell me she was telling her partner that there wasn't a run there.
Not interested. Good turn, but too much turn, like you say. And this is why I think the seam is a good option. If you can just bowl stump to stump, I think almost these bowlers are too good in this phase. But only a couple to get that breakthrough. Bit of drift in there for that last delivery. 56 for 8 at the end of 35. And now we'll have the compulsory, well, the batting power play being taken, because they haven't taken it earlier. It automatically has to be taken now. But it won't change much. 3 fielders allowed out now in this batting power play, but I don't think we'll see more than one. India have just been able to really keep things tight.
Well, I believe that Pakistan were anyway in a batting power play condition with so many fielders inside the circle. So they don't need a special passage to try and get the fielders inside the 30-yard circle. India have been attacking. So this is the 36th over. Wide there, comes back. Slip in a gully. Well, that's been the pattern of play. The ball have gone past the outside edge, and this is why I say that dismissing tail-enders is an art.
It surely is. And that's why you want to get your best bowlers out there. Oh, that was another one that would have just cleaned up the tail ender there. But it missed everyone. 2 runs to Pakistan in the kitty.
Yeah, it's a fair call because it pitched outside the leg stump. That's a wide, but it spun back a lot. Certainly spun back a long way. Why not some pace, Anjum?
I've been wondering that myself since the 25th over. That why isn't a pace bowler been introduced? I can understand there's a spinner who's been bowling well. She's rotated her bowlers. Harmanpreet Kaur is the skipper who's fielding at a short extra cover right now because Mithali's gone out. I would just be tempted to hand over the ball to either of the quicks between Shikha Pandey and Mansi Joshi. Possibly a Mansi Joshi. But what we think is one thing, Roshan. What the skipper inside thinks is actually that's going to happen. Mansi is standing at mid-wicket. Is not even getting ready to bowl.
That's why it's easy to captain a side from outside the boundary.
Always is. There's another thing, you can always go back on your word. To be very much a realist, you can always say, oh, that's, yeah, you can always go back, but not when you're inside.
36 overs gone. It's 59 for 8. It's been a crawl for Pakistan. It's been a struggle. And what would the Indian skipper do? Let's see who's going to come on. I think it looks like Bish to me. Yes, it is. She's replacing the leg spinner.
She's picked up 4 in her 8 overs. Ekta Bisht. Important wicket of Sana Mir as well, to her credit.
She's been brilliant today. She's gone past the outside edge, missed the off stump, spun the ball. She's done everything. She's done it. She's got her 5th. Great work by Bisht, 5 for 8. She is cleaning up Pakistan in quick time.
She realized that the batter is in no position to play that ball. Why not pitch it onto the stumps? This time, perfect length, perfect line from Ekta Bisht, and Sadia Yusuf walks back without scoring. 9 down for 59 Pakistan.
So Maham Tariq, I should say. Let's take a look why she's here, because Ekta Bisht against tossing it up, and Sadia had no chance at all. Her feet movement was terrible. Just played rather blindly and was castled. So Pakistan, day of misery completed after they were put into bat. Indian spinners, particularly Ekta Bisht, 5 for 8, have routed them.
Will be a happy huddle there, the Indian women's. They've done quite a lot of hard work to get themselves in a good position after not a very, very good start by the 2 quicks. And Pakistan women have helped them all through. Alia Zafar LBW for 19 after getting a start. Nahida Khan was the first to depart for just 3. Shaveria Khan not getting a good knock today for 2. Bisma Maroof gone for 13. Nain Abidi didn't trouble the scorers. Alia Riaz, Sana Mir and Rabia Shah all got out on 1. After that, it's been a very, very dismal performance. Shikha Pandey got 2 wickets in her 5 overs. Mansi Joshi, without picking up a wicket, has bowled 5. And an 18. Ekta Bish, the lone destructor till now for the Indian team, picked up her 5 wickets, and a wicket each for Deepthi Sharma and Devika Vaidya. Repeating a good performance coming in from the game against Thailand. Ekta Bisht getting another 5er as the last pair is out there in the centre for the Pakistan women. She tried it, bowled a quicker one, but it just went down the leg side. I do reckon it should be leg byes. Yes it is, and it's gone for a boundary.
Clever bowling. Was looking to try and catch the number 11 by surprise with a quicker, straighter one. And just missing out on a line. She can afford to have a smile about it. Pakistan 63 for 9, so India wouldn't worry too much about it.
23 extras and 12 wides. That's a spot of bother for this Indian bowling lineup. 23 extras in a total of 63. My word. 40 runs, Roshan. 40 runs the Pakistan women have scored off the bat.
Yeah, it's been very disappointing for Pakistan. If you call the 23 extras a worry for India, imagine the worry Pakistan's having just 40 runs from everybody. 37 overs gone, 63 for 9.
And the reason I say a worry for Indian bowlers is if you've given 23 extras and the opposition is on the mat already with 63 for 9, imagine the crime that you've done by giving those 23 extras. And out of that, wides. I can understand a leg bye. I can understand a slip here or there from the wicket-keeper by offering buys as well. But wides? What on earth were you doing bowling outside the stumps? Poonam Yadav is back. She's bowled 6 with 3 maidens, giving away 6 runs.
Great economy, just 1 run per over. Oh, she had thoughts about going over the top and then checked her shot. This is Sandhu. She's been there for 18 balls without scoring a run. This time she'll find the fielder and gets off the mark. My goodness, that's something to celebrate.
The umpires will also be looking in, and the time left in this game. It's almost 55 minutes before the lunch could have been called. In case the Pakistan women get wrapped up, I'm sure we're going to have the Indian team come out there and bat. Depends on the number of overs.
Well bowled, very well bowled.
Turn has been very much available for the spinners, and they've exploited the conditions, the Indian spinners, very well. Of course, being helped by the Pakistani women by not offering many shots, but I think they've bowled, they've settled into a nice rhythm, all the 4 spinners. 38 gone, 64 for 9. Ekta Bisht continues.
Some interesting information coming through that last single. First run off the bat since the 27th over. That's 11 overs without a run off the bat. With wides and leg byes, but nothing off the bat. I wonder whether we are playing a limited over game.
But surely this has been a very poor display of skills from the Pakistani women. And I tell you, they're not this ordinary a team. They are a much better side. They're much more skillful players than what we've seen in today's game. Yes, they didn't get a good start, but just feel the middle order has also let them down.
Could have been a chance that gully or silly point had she been in a little bit tighter. Just went a bit uppishly. Yeah, on the bounce. So 2 balls to go in the over. This is over number 39.
It's just been one of those days for Pakistan that nothing has gone right for them, at least in the first half of the game that we've been seeing. How do they come out and bowl against the strong Indian batting lineup? And exploiting the conditions, especially the spin-friendly conditions that are on offer today. .39 gone, 64 for 9, as Ekta Bisht collects high fives from everyone, as she has collected 5 wickets in a spell of 10 overs. And look at that, 7 maidens and 8 runs. Brilliant spell of spin bowling.
Absolutely. What an effort. And now we've seen the change. Pandey. Shikha Pandey coming back. Had a good spell, 5 overs, 2 for 7. And look at the economy rate, 1.40. So India will want the seam bowlers to try and finish things off. I think all they need to do is to bowl full length, wicket to wicket, because the tail-enders are good candidates for the LBW or being bowled. So let's see how good the Indian fast bowler Pandey, whether she could really get the ball in the right area. So number 11 will be on strike.
Maham Tariq, fast bowler herself, young fast bowler, 19-year-old. Actually keeping a tab on how Shikha Pandey is shaping up to go against Maham. She'll be out there pretty soon for Pakistan.
She's getting across. Pandey having the right idea, going for that length delivery, full length. Just trying to find the pad of Tariq. They're quite happy surviving, Pakistan.
Yeah, and I'm surprised at their approach as well. I mean, it's good to go out there and play 50 overs, but just not having an intent to score is what concerns me. There's no harm in trying to pick a single here or there. There's no harm trying to play an aggressive shot. Something like that, rather than just offering a dead straight face of the bat back to the bowler. You gotta be in competition at all times. And as an individual batter, you don't mind runs against your name at any given stage.
Last ball of the over. Will that be a wide? It is. She's got to re-bowl it. That's wide number 13.
That's got to be a crime. No one's doing anything. The batter is not trying to force the pace. I'm sure the skipper didn't have words of advice for the fast bowler Shikha Pandey, and she goes on to bowl a wide. 13 wides already. 40 gone, 65 for 9. Well, the expression says it all. That's the Pakistan dressing room for us. Sad faces, no movement at all, no cheerings, everyone's just to themselves. Well, picture says it all here.
Yes, glum I think would be one word to describe that, but this batting really has lacked ambition. It's lacked any sort of energy, and we had a period there, just been downstairs to check with the scores, that we actually went 10.5 overs without a run being scored off the bat, and that was that single you can just see at the bottom of the screen there. Since then we've had another 2 overs and 4 balls, so that's in total more than 13 overs are gone with just one single scored off the bat. So India now looking to wrap up this innings, have a bit of lunch and get out and knock off a relatively low total, you would think. Thinking of a single there, oh my word. Could have been the second single in 14 overs, Ebs.
Well, I was just wondering, you just mentioned about India wrapping up and having a little lunch. I'm wondering if there's enough time for them to get out and have a few overs. I've not done the calculations, but if they do this in this over, there's still a bit of time.
You suggesting they could almost finish this by lunch?
Well, not so much that, but just
maybe
that
get halfway there, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it is turning, and you know it might not be an easy start, but you think once they're in, that'll be knocked off in no time. Just drag short there, Sharma.
I don't really understand what Pakistan are trying to do here, because yes, they're defending, but that's not exactly going to advance their cause at all, and surely it would be better to go down in a blaze of glory. Or maybe they're thinking, well, if we can bat to lunch, rain forecast this afternoon, maybe our only chance here is to have a bit of rain and then come back tomorrow and start again. It's the only reason I can think of for this batting.
Very ambitious from Sharma. I think they're as frustrated.
Yeah, this was probably hitting the stumps, but I think the pads were comfortably outside, as you can see.
Been going over the top as well there, but well, end of the over. Sharma's bowled a nice 9 overs so far. Good turn. So it's down to Pandey, who I wonder if she could just look to hold the ball across seam. She does shape it a lot, but if she could just fire it in, give the batsman no room. If the batter misses, she hits.
Would you be looking for a Yorker in this position?
I would. I think gun barrel straight. No, that's the thing as well, because Pandey does shape it so much. I think that's why possibly looking at that change of grip could have an impact, and just keep it gun barrel straight.
That last delivery, back coming down very late. There'd have been a big appeal if that hadn't have been the case, but she's following Ebony's advice here, which is always a sensible thing to do. And the working on the theory of you hit, I miss. You miss, I hit, rather.
Keep it simple.
Indeed.
But yeah, Pandey's been a good bowler. Maybe less so at the death. That's a better one. Just catching the batsman stuck on the crease. But there's absolutely no intent here. Just look at Tariq. 17 balls. Only goal at the moment is to get bat on it. I think Joshi might have a few left to bowl. She's a bit quicker maybe, and shaping the ball away. 5 overs to bowl.
Ooh.
Right.
Another single. That's the second single we've had off the bat in the last 15 overs.
This is one of those frustrating moments where the captain's thinking, who can I turn to? Bisht is bowled out. She bowled a nice quicker line. I think that's why it worked so well today. Harmanpreet Kaur's also an option. She bowls an occasional over here and there. Can bowl some tweakers. I'm just wondering if she could go to Kaur and see if she could just fire some in. Right arm bowler, but maybe kind of the sort of pace that Bisht bowled.
Yeah, a few little darts with getting that help off the pitch and not spinning as much as Deepti Sharma.
Bowled. Excellent delivery there. Got a bit of bounce. 66 for 9 at the end of that. Let's have a look at this again.
Oh, bowled.
Great seam position. Well taken there as well by the keeper. Raised on her at the last minute.
Thought for a moment we were going to see Mansi Josh then, but she's not going back to the end of her run. She's simply wandering over there to mid-on.
Sharma coming into her last over here. She'll be desperate for that wicket. It's bowled very well today. Maybe a fraction slower. I feel that's why Bisht got the wickets, because she had that bit of pace.
With the ball turning as much as it is with the off spinner, would you be tempted to come around the wicket? We've seen the leggy come around the wicket.
It's a tough one, isn't it? Because we talked about taking out the LBW as an option.
Well, she's almost doing that bowling over the wicket because the ball's spinning so much.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not taking it completely out of the option, but the off spinner around the wicket would bring the LBW into play as she pitched in line and straight. And
you can open up, like you say, trying to play through that offside. Well, here's a little movement here. Bringing in a short catching leg.
.66 for 9. And again past the bat, so unless something dramatic finishes off this final ball, let's have a look at that. A nice little drift away there, and tried very hard to get a tickle but didn't. And finally, the last ball of her spell, she's going to come around the wicket. See whether this changes the angle. Oh, and very nearly worked, didn't it?
David, the magician, you should have called this earlier. 66 for 9 at the end.
I did, they weren't listening, Abs.
That just shook things up, didn't it?
Oh.
So close.
So there you go. Deepti Sharma, 10 overs, 1 for 6. And her figure's even more economical than Bish to, there you go, 5 maidens. Bish, to be fair, bowled 7 maidens, 10 overs, 7 maidens, 5 for 8. So very impressive figures between the two of them. 20 overs for 14 runs and 6 wickets.
We talked about Harmanpreet Kaur possibly coming on. She's someone who does bowl the tweakers. If she can fire it through that fraction quicker, then maybe that will have some impact. She won't turn it as much as we've seen from the others, but she's a very handy person to have in your side.
Often think on these pitches, you know, where there's so much turn, someone who doesn't turn it so much is going to be dangerous, but especially if they put it through a little bit quicker.
Fraction of turn here. Harmanpreet, someone who can bowl a bit of everything. Seen her bowl a few seamers in their day. And now more often known to bowl these off spinners.
Another run there. Will they come back for a second? No, they've decided just the one.
She's got a nice action. I think she should still look to, in this current situation, just get through a little bit quicker, just a fraction. They're moving the field around a little bit here. They're putting protection in just in front of square, which will just cut off that single option.
That one went on. Tried to get a touch.
And a better pace as well. Just a bit fuller. Job done. Harmanpreet Kaur comes in to get the big wicket. And so she does. Fires it through. Just tickles it through to the keeper.
Here we go again. The ball not spinning, looking for the turn. Oh, just a little bit of timber on that. Walks away. She knew she'd touched it. So did the umpire. And that is the end of Tariq. She's gone for just a single off 26 balls. And Pakistan all out for 67 of 43.4 overs. So we'll have a look at those wickets. 2 to begin with for Pandey. That nicely struck shot, but in the air, didn't get on top of it. And then the next one, excellent catch there from Krishnamurti. And then the spinner. This was the first delivery from Bisht, and that got the and that's a tidy piece of stumping. And that was a very good catch off the under edge. She's had a good day, hasn't she, Verma? Bowled around the legs. Another good catch that slipped by Krishnamurti. That one, well, you can say good catch. Good recovery. She stopped it with one hand and caught it on the way down. Straightforward slip catch there. As the innings really did peter out. Finally, us trying to attack, and then the last wicket. Let's have a look at that card. Well, Ebony, a couple of wickets early on for Pandey. After that, it was just all the spinners, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think they were relying on Nahida Khan and Javeria Khan, the two batters, to come in and do the damage, but they just really couldn't get going. And once we saw the conditions turning, it was all down to the spinners. Just look at that. Bish dotted pretty much all the way down that back end of the scorecard. And almost reads like a telephone number. After Maroof, it's pretty much a phone number, isn't it? So tough going there. But let's look at these bowling figures, David.
Yes, and well, the one that immediately stands out there is Ekta Bisht. 5 for 8. 7 maidens in her set of 10. And Sharma, very good foil to her, the off spinner to the left armour, taking 1 for 6. So fabulous spin bowling.
Let's just have a look at Bish 5's wickets. She bowled that little bit quicker. That was the first ball. Absolutely perfect plum. And then we saw the good bit of keeping from Verma, who just previously dropped one off her. Look at that. That was the catch of the day for me on recovery, but it was the pace it flew through. And then look at that. That was poor footwork from the batsman. Very easy catch.
And finally an aggressive shot, and came to nothing.
Yeah, well done to Bish. And wow, there's a lot of work here to do for Pakistan. You think India will feel very confident that they'll be able to knock that off in no time?
Yeah, the ball's spinning, but we'll take a short break here. India should get those 68 runs without too much trouble, but you never know. We'll be back in around 10 minutes.
Too early for matey to bring in the food.
You're going to miss your miserable chicken.
I've quite enjoyed the chicken.
Yeah,
just
it was pretty poor last time.
Oh yeah, last time it was. Well, I don't even think it was a real animal. It was just.
Welcome back. India need just 68 runs to beat Pakistan in the Super 6 stage game in this World Cup qualifier. I can't see any problem there for India. We do have some time to bat before the break, and then India should continue after that. Mona Meshram and Deepthi Chopra are the two openers for India. In fact, Deepthi Sharma, I beg your pardon.
That's okay.
In fact, I've got Anjum Chopra next to me, so I'm thinking of Anjum Chopra. So I've conveniently mixed up the first and the last name.
That's okay. I also used to be a left-hander, so that's fine.
And were you an opener?
Well, I've batted at all positions for India.
Okay.
Opened as well, yes.
So who knows?
Who knows? That's all right.
Well, I think time to spice it up a little bit, Anjum. It's been so boring. Pakistan haven't really created any impression at all. Here is the first ball. And she gets off the mark. That's a good-looking shot. India showing their intent from ball one. Meshram getting off the mark of the first ball from Mir.
Sana Mir bowling with a new ball, taking the pressure on herself to going out there and getting some early wickets and getting a dent into this Indian lineup. Starts with a wide loose delivery outside the off stump, and Meshram up to the task. Slight field change for Sana Mir now. The fielder from square leg has just been asked to go to the backward point, getting more protection on the offside. Should be at least two if they rush through. One for sure is easy.
So Sharma will be the batter on strike, the left-hander. Pakistan can only blame themselves today for some very unimaginative batting. It was slow, it was boring, never really looking to try and take on the Indian bowlers. And as a result, the final result was just 67. So Sharma on strike. She's been such a player for India in this tournament. She looks so solid, doesn't she, in her defense?
Yeah, she's every time stepped out to bat. She's looked a very compact player. She's looked like a player who knows how to build an innings. Early days for her international cricket. But she does look like one who belongs in the centre. Had a nice knock coming in the game against Ireland, 89.
What impresses me is the way she constructs her innings. She's very focused, her defense is good. And someone who will really score a lot of runs for India at this level. Nice punch off the back foot. 5 of the first over. It's 5 without loss, India.
It also measures up as to where exactly you like to meet the ball. A lot of these Indian batters like to meet the ball ahead of their leg, ahead of their pad. They like to come out and play on the front foot more than the back foot. Does give an indication that you want to attack. Nashra Sandhu, left arm spinner from Pakistan. So a double spin attack being taken by Sanamir. He's got more than 11 wickets in the competition already. Nashra Sandhu has been bowling from one end consistently throughout this competition. Largely it's been with Ayman from the other end, Ayman Anwar, but today it's the skipper Sanamir who started the proceedings.
So Pakistan looking for some spin earlier on. India having to bat before lunch. So Pakistan will try to create some pressure with a few wickets if they could. Nice use of the feet. They get a single here, they have to. Just that deflection providing the single. I like Mishram's approach. She looks a very aggressive type of player who likes to take on the bowling, like to impose herself earlier on. The boundary of the first ball tells me that she's someone who will go for it if it is available. So Sharma, of course, is a different player. She takes the time. Just making sure that she's got her guard right. So important for a batter earlier on, just to make sure that she's batting on the right guard. So many things just need to fall into place. And above all, just wanted to make sure that you're on the right guard. You know, your feet are in the right place. As a batter, so important.
Lot of encouragement around for the young left arm spinner. Two gone, 6 without loss, India. Sanamir to continue against Mona Meshram. Down the ground. Just not enough room to use the elevation. Mona Meshram. The intent was right. Pierce the gap. Will pick up another boundary. Short, wide. All she had to do was place it to perfection.
Yeah, it was flatter. And this outfield is good. Oh, that fielder at point had a chance of stopping that, but the timing was so good. Just raced away to the boundary. So 10 now. India. You see the third over. The fieldsman been pushed back to deep extra cover. Oh, they think that's out. Yes, it is. Looking to run it down to third man. Meshram has chopped it through to the gloves of the keeper.
One opportunity that you get as a bowler is when the ball can skid on. And look at it. No shot, no position of the feet from Mona Meshram. Don't know what she was trying to play there, but has to walk back for 9. India lose their first wicket, 10 for 1. Devika Vaidya, the young left-hander, walks in at number 3. And she's here because Mona Meshram has played one right into the hands of the keeper, trying to chop on and collect a single, playing at the third-man region. Sana Mir, the quicker delivery, just slightly outside the off stump, does the trick.
Pakistan will enjoy these two left-handers. Time to create some pressure for Pakistan. Not that they have a real chance of winning this game, but maybe to sneak in a few cheap wickets if they can. Two left-handers in, the off-spinners on a turning pitch. Should enjoy themselves now. Mir going over the wicket. I would have thought round the wicket and tighter angle. Just go round the wicket, try and drift it onto the middle and off stumps. Now what this would do is going from over the wicket, it will take the ball away from the left-hander, so it will be easy for her to leave it. Just like that. Just loves that angle. Now she decides to come round the wicket. It should have been the case.
She's the experienced bowler. More than 100 wickets in international cricket for Sana Mir already. Three gone, 10 for 1. India needs 58 runs of 47 overs. So they've got a lot of time to build on this. The thought might be now, since they've lost Mona Meshram, while Sana Mir has words of encouragement for her bowler Nashra Sandhu, the thought might be from the Indian dressing room, just make sure you play till the interval, till the lunch break, without losing a wicket. How much difference a wicket can do.
Sharma's approach generally is a cautious one. She tends to take her time over her innings. She's now faced 8 deliveries without scoring a run, and this is just before lunch, so she'll be even more cautious. I'm not really sure that she'll be looking for too many runs, though she gets off the mark here. Always a good feeling. Needs to break that duck.
Just a notice from Deepti Sharma's batting is, initially when she starts off, she doesn't take any risk whatsoever. And the word risk is defined as trying to play in the air or trying to force the pace. That's what I want to put the risk word as an explanation in terms of what I mean to say. She likes the ball to come onto the bat. She'll wait for the loose delivery. She's quick between the wickets. She likes to place that ball and pick up a single or two. Very content playing within herself until unless there's a rank bad ball. Sometimes it helps the other batter as well, because you know that you've got a solid player at the other end who's waiting for a loose delivery and will punish it at any time that comes. And if the other end you're timing the ball really well, it can be a good partnership. If you're not, you can always walk down to the center and say, can I be helped? Just like Deepti Sharma has helped this down to the leg side region and pick up her first run.
India's approach won't be anything different to Pakistan. That is to be playing cautious cricket. They've got a break coming up, so they'll want to bat till that. So shots like that will be on display. 12 for 1, 4 overs completed.
Got another 10 minutes before the interval, before the lunch break. At least 3 overs, if not more. Going round the wicket again, Sanamir. Devika Vaidya will be facing 2 slips, waiting for that edge.
Nice drift, really nice drift. Just drifting onto the left hander and then maybe just a bit of turn. She looks a very fine bowler. As you say, she's an experienced campaigner, so she knows a thing or two about bowling. Missing out. That was a fairly friendly full toss. Should have been dispatched.
How many times have we seen a full toss being bowled by the bowlers and the batters not taking advantage of it? I think at least 3 or 4 in this match, and in this entire tournament has been more.
Another good delivery. Just a bit of drift and turn, finding the outside edge. The off-spinner will enjoy bowling to the left-handers.
Outside the off-stump again, just opening the face of the bat, Devika Vaidya. Crossing over for a single. But it's been so often that we've seen players are just not there to utilize that full toss delivery. And mind you, it's a cricket ball that you practice in the nets so often to hit. But when it comes to the match, the approach becomes cautious. Excellent. Sorry, Roshan. Excellent from Deepti Sharma early on. And then brilliant work in the outfield from the young fast bowler, Maham Tariq.
Minimum risk. She was hitting it with the turn. And as you said, yes, good work in the outfield. Good commitment. Kept it down to 2. Oh my goodness. That can't be moisture. That's the pitch. That's an indication that these pitches are quite tired. Well bowled, very well bowled indeed. Played for some turn, that went straight through. 15 for 1.
Just outside off stump and wanting to punch that ball. The body just falling back a bit from Deepti Sharma. Asking questions, Sanamir. Still requiring 53 and 45.
Mir has figures of 1 for 11. Sandhu continues. Shot, and that's a good shot. There is cover on the boundary at mid-wicket, but that was a rank short ball punched away to mid-wicket. So the required run rate just over 1 run and over. Deepti Sharma on strike.
Plenty of time here for the Indians. We've seen previously India have promoted a couple of batters up the order, whether it be a Krishnamurti or a Harmanpreet Kaur, but here they're giving the 2 19-year-olds time, which I think is a good thing. They're both very accomplished batters so far, and as much experience as possible is good. The captain just trying to have a bit of inspiration there for Sundu, who's leading the wicket-taking column for the ICC qualifying rounds. So
Good is the feet, just wide of the field at mid-on. Didn't really get hold of it. Just in fact to the left of that field at mid-on. Coming down the pitch, looking to blast. Just that, the angle of the ball and possibly the turn, not allowing the batsman to go straighter. Just looking to hit it with the angle, and that's the reason why it went down to deep mid-wicket rather than a more straightish long on.
A positive intent. I like the thought process. It's just about execution, and this is why this is valuable time for these two. There's no real pressure, but they can practice in game scenarios, prepping for the final and then the World Cup to come. Also, with it being slower wickets, you just got to wait that fraction longer, don't you, just to make sure you get that connection.
Last ball of the 6th over. Dot ball to end the over. India 17 for 1, 6 overs completed. Might have about 2 overs to lunch.
Yeah, I would have thought something like that, and let's just see what Sanamir's thinking. She's bowled well so far. I think she might just look to keep things ticking. Both of these two are leading the way in the tournament for taking plenty of wickets. She recently just picked up her 100th wicket for Pakistan as well, which is an amazing achievement. Has led this side for a long time very well. So she's marshalling the troops. She wants just one out on that leg side boundary to cover for that sweep shot.
Nice punch off the back foot. Nice sound of the ball hitting the bat, the sweet spot. It's an indication that the timing's right. Always that woody sound.
So well drilled, these players, in terms of technique. I've been really impressed with the youngsters here, but these two, they look very classy. You also feel in England as well, when the wickets are a little bit quicker, we'll see some great shots from these two. Captain attempting a little run out there, no real opportunity. Let's just have a quick look at that. Just knocked straight back. Picked up, she possibly the right idea. Not enough movement there from the non-striking batsman.
At least a couple here. They need to run that first run hard. They won't take the second. Good work. But there wasn't great intent. There wasn't a great amount of interest, keenness for that second run. It was a kind of a so-so situation.
It's one of those ones, isn't it, where you know that lunch is about to come in a few overs. The last thing they want to do is lose another wicket. So maybe that sometimes you take the foot off the gas a little bit.
What's very impressive about Mary is not just the way she's bowled, but it's the drift she's getting. She's drifting it into the bat, to the left-hander. She'll enjoy bowling to the left-handers and also getting some turn. Didn't see the Indian spinners get so much of drift in. So you see that delivery again, nice drift. Maybe she's using the shine of the ball, but it's a newish ball, so I'm not very sure that she can really get that shine to shape in. But that must be a skill that she has perfected. 18 for 1.
Yeah, and I think that's why she's got those 100 international wickets. She's got some good revs on the ball. I think that's what's really helping get that little bit of shape towards the end, and she's finding a way to keep this just quiet. It's a matter of time. If I were these two youngsters now, I think this is a great opportunity to just try and finish up this game with a nice big star against your name. And I think they're thinking about having a little bit of a change, more spin to come on. Could be Is that Sadia Yusuf? So another slow left arm spinner, 2 in this side. Got 2 for against Ireland in the last match. This could be the last over before lunch, so she'll be desperate for a breakthrough if possible. Another bowler to bowl in a hat. We've seen quite a few in this
I was about to make that point. The numbers that are bowling with caps and hats. She looks a seasoned left arm spinner. Seem to know a thing or two.
Bit flatter.
Oh, that should have been on a luckier day taken. Split the gap. Right between the keeper and the slip. They found the outside edge, beat the drive. And let's see, was the slip napping? I think she was.
She might have been. It was, but the thing is, they say flash and flash hard, and because the batsman committed to the shot, it pretty much rushed her. She wasn't ready, and definitely went past. Should have been taken, but equally, it went very quickly.
To the right hand. Which could be the could be the strong point. But I'm not in any way saying it was an easy catch. But in low-scoring games, you would want your fielders to try and take the half chances, and that was a half chance.
I do think in this game, we saw Ekta Bish take 5 wickets. I think the slightly quicker bowlers, and I think this is what we're seeing here from Sadia Yusuf, actually have that impact. Because it's a slow wicket, if you bowl slow, it just keeps slowing up. Whereas here, it's just enough to rush the batsman a little.
Taken! Brilliant catch. That's a sharp chance. Pakistan have got their second wicket. Should have been 3 really. Now this was as tough as the previous one, but good reflex catch. Excellent slip catch.
Well, we talked about her firing it through, but this, possibly the catch of the day. We talked about her having to react, and she had a very quick chance to make up for that last one. There's nothing better than a feeling like that. Well, I think they're going to go in for lunch now with the fall of that wicket. Devika Vaidya will feel frustrated there. Wasn't able really to trouble the scorecard. Had looked good, but just struggled there with the left arm bowler, just firing it through. They're not sure if they'll take the lunch, but it looks like the umpires are shaping up to walk off.
Yeah, so Pakistan should be pleased with their work, though they know that they're still a very long way from winning this game. 23 for 2, defending 67. That's not too much to write home about, but at least they can go back telling themselves that they had a decent spell at the Indian batsmen or the Indian batters. Decent dart at them. 2 wickets in the first 8 overs they bowled. Spinners have been good. And let's take a look at the highlights of the first 8 overs.
Well, here we've got the captain starting up. That's one. She just offered a bit too much width. And Mona Meshram, who was an aggressor, just got a few balls away nicely. But then it was the big edge. The captain snuck one through. And then here we see the last couple with big slice outside. But the first slip had a chance to recover here. And there you go. What an excellent catch. Coming quickly, falling to her right. And done. Well, let's just have a quick look at what India need. They need 45, and they have plenty of time to do it. So let's just have a look at what's happening in this whole game today. They were sent into bat, and it was really tough going. We saw some wickets there from Bisht and Pandey up top. And the mainstay today has been Ekta Bish. She bowled with a lot of extra pace. She got the ball through nicely, picked up a brilliant fifer, and for the bat as well, it became a telephone card, really. There were no one able to add any runs to that scorecard, only scoring 67. Let's just look at the bowling. It was the spin today, wasn't it? Ekta Bish, like we say, picking up her fifer. Look at that economy, 0.8. You don't get that every day. The seamers maybe didn't have as much impact, Joshi, today, but Pandey at the start got a bit of movement, but it really was the spinners who just kept things tight and dried it up towards the end today. And let's just see what the Indians have come out to do in reply. It was Mona Meshram who looked a lot more aggressive. She picked up a couple of boundaries before the captain snuffled her, edging one behind to the keeper Shah. And then, of course, now we just saw the last wicket there of the youngster, Vader, just nicking one. Well, look at that. 2 wickets required, 2 wickets taken even. But Sadia Yusuf just coming in, looking quite effective towards the end there. One nicked behind and caught. But still a lot of work to do. So, India, plenty of time in the game. They only need 45 runs to wrap everything up, and they have plenty of time to do it. 42.1 overs left. So it's very much a dominant performance at the moment for India. They will go in for a short break and a little bit of lunch. And then no doubt we'll be back in about half an hour. And as expected, we'll most probably see India try and knock this off comfortably. Pakistan will be desperate to try and just stifle that, but it looks like India in the ascendancy. Come back in half an hour and we'll see you shortly. Welcome back to the Sara Stadium. India are taking on Pakistan for the last round of Super 6 games today. India very much dominating, only need 45 runs to win. They came out for a little bit before lunch, and two very good wickets, we have to say, by Sadia Yusuf and Sana Mir. So a new batsman on strike, Harmanpreet Kaur, to continue facing the bowler Sadia Yusuf, the slow left arm spinner. So I think we could be in for a very quick afternoon of play, but India still need to knock off the runs. I'm joined by Anjum Chopra, former Indian cricket captain, and no doubt she will bring lots of insight to this proceedings.
Thank you, Ebony. My former colleague, but playing for the England team, opening the batting or top of the order, all-round game.
Mutual love here, isn't it? I don't have captain though. End of the over, 23 for 2. Just one ball needed to wrap things up. Yeah, I don't have as many credentials as you to work with. But what do you think about this Indian performance so far?
I think it's the clinical approach that the Indian girls had started off with. The reason I say clinical is because they didn't start off really well with the two quicks, both the Mansi Joshi and Shikha Pandey. But once the spinners came on, they knew their job. They knew exactly which areas to bowl, and the fielders were supportive. Well, a couple of lapses did going down, but after that it was very clinical. But I was really surprised by the approach of the Pakistani batters. No clue as to where they were heading. They had a couple of early wickets, but the middle order, I thought, has really let them down.
Well, someone I've been really impressed with is Sharma, who's on strike at the moment, 19 years old. And lots of youngsters coming through this Indian side. That's something that I've been really impressed with. Some good turn there. The captain, I'm sure she'll be desperate to eke out as many wickets as possible. But yeah, the youngsters, for me, the amount of talent coming through this Indian side. Mansi Joshi, Vaidya, Sharma, all very young, but seem to be more experienced than we've seen. And look at that, she's off the mark. Excellent. Got a bit of width and hands through it. Oh, a nice way to get off the mark there.
Yeah, nice way to get started after the lunch break, especially when it's a loosener from Sana Mir. You don't get many. It's an experienced bowler, captain of Pakistan. When you get that kind of a width, she's pretty strong. What I like about Deepti Sharma is she doesn't have a, well, she rarely has a trigger movement, and even if she has one, it's very, very late. So she's very still in her batting stance. She makes the move towards the cricket ball just when she decides to play front or back, and that makes for a very good viewing. It's if you're a viewer, but if you're a bowler, you always look for that movement that a batter is wanting to do. She's very still, is a very positive and a strong weapon in her armory.
Question for you, which might take us to through the end of the over as well, but it's just how come so many of the Indian batsmen are so well drilled technically? They every batter I ever see come into the lineup always seems to look very well organised. And just knocking one in there. Yeah, and just in terms of setup, is it just the way cricket's taught from a young age, or is it a specific coaching style?
It's a great observation, Ebony, because I know why the question is coming, because when you see a lot of youngsters coming in, it's a lot of either power through the shots or just muscling the ball around. But a lot of these Indian players, I think it's just the way that cricket is taught in India is the biggest reason. That there's a lot of emphasis on technique when you start off play. And the other reason also, which is a big factor, is the Indian girls are not very strong in the shoulders. They are dependent on their technique largely. So if you don't have a technique to fall back on and you don't have the physical strength to muscle the ball through, then you're going nowhere. 9 gone, 29 for 2.
Yeah, no, I've always noticed the Indian players. I mean, you see a lot come through, and you might see someone like Liz Lee's a very power player, but you wouldn't necessarily say she's, technically tight in the way we would see some of these Indians come through. So it's really nice to watch. I mean, it's very easy on the eye. Mitali Raj has been one of my favourite batters to watch through my whole time being involved in women's cricket. And I think these youngsters are very much following in the same footsteps.
And you see somebody like an Harmanpreet, which is probably the next generation. When I say next generation, is because Harmanpreet made her debut much later than Mithali. And you see the next generation, they have imbibed that as well. She's a busy player, Harmanpreet. She picks those singles with the ease. She hits them a long mile with elan. She doesn't have a lot of trouble playing it. She's played in the big bash. She's got the experience. And if you see her also, she's got a lot of time to play her shots. She picks the ball early, makes the movement late, which is the biggest art in batting that you can ever possess. Because the factor of technique is drilled in, and that's the way we practice back home. That's the reason you'll see a lot of top batters, or even some of the bowlers who will come out to bat. Very rarely you'll pick up a flaw in their technique. If at all, they know how to bat.
And again, there's another classic shot. I think for looking at this Indian team, and now I suppose because they've qualified, we know they're going to the final, we can look ahead to the World Cup. I think all the major elements of the game are there for them. They've got the batting ability. The bowling is definitely there, especially some of the seam bowlers that we've seen come in. I think there's nice probing there by Sadia Yusuf. I think there's good backup, so we know we're going to see Goswami mostly come back in. But if she's not there, I feel confident that Mansi Joshi might come in and look after that role. There's just a couple of areas that I would like to see improve, and there's time between now and the World Cup. Yeah, number one has got to be fielding for me. And today, what's been interesting about India is when they decide to field sharply, they dive around and stop the ball. So there is athleticism there. But equally, when the foot's taken off the gas, firing it in just there, Sadia Yusuf. And end of over, 30 for 2. Yeah, and just to finish up, when you see someone who can do an amazing bit of fielding, but then follows it up with a lapse in concentration, I think that's something that, first and foremost, if you could get all the standards up, they're capable, but it's just to get everybody to raise it. And then secondly is what we saw Harmanpreet Kaur come in and do. She's only just knocked one, but she knocks it around. And I think if India could get those two things tight between now and the World Cup, I think they could challenge, because they're capable. They're very, very capable, and I think they could eke back into that top 4 quite comfortably.
Absolutely valid point there, Ebony, because, and I'll just add to what you've just said, the levels of concentration need to rise. And I personally feel your levels of concentration will always be higher when you're a lot fitter physically. Because there is bound to be pressure around. There is going to be situations like these, what the Pakistan team is in right now. They're hard-pressed for picking wickets. You will be facing a lot of pressure, and at the end of the day, it's the World Cup, and every team is vying for that beautiful trophy. If you're physically fit, the concentration goes up, the strength goes up, the standard of fielding automatically tends to improve. Yes, you're right, there's immense talent. But over the years, it has just not found the right base for it to go out there and take it to the next level as a team, as an Indian team. There have been few changes around, forced, unforced. The youngsters have come in and have just been able to get introduced to international level of cricket. But none of them have actually stepped on the gas and said, look, I'm here. I'm playing international cricket for India. I've won those colours, and how can I get better? It's just like raising the bar every time they step out to play. Players like Harmanpreet have made their name at the international level. They've been picked for the Big Bash, and I'm hoping going forwards they are getting invited for the other cricket tournaments, cricket leagues around the world. So that helps, and I'm sure more girls are aware to that or get exposure to that. There's a whole lot of areas that this player can improve on, and the team can go forward too.
End of the over, 30 for 2. I agree. And in some ways, I would almost be tempted to, and this sounds silly, but with 4 months, say, to the World Cup, even thinking about having 1 month of just pure fitness, they've got the skills. I think they've got better skills than a lot of people, but I think you could almost have a month of pure fitness focus, get the body sharp, and then the rest happen, because I think India could come out and do a really good job. They've slipped down since the 2013 World Cup, which was held in India, where they really didn't play to their potential. But the makings are there. But if you could focus that bit on the fitness, like you say, I think that would raise everything. Like you say, the fielding, the running between the wickets. I'm sure they'll be pleased with their performance in this tournament.
And you speak to a lot of these players and they feel they shouldn't have been in this position at all. Why are they coming here and playing the qualifiers? They should have qualified for the World Cup easily. And I agree to that, because just almost 12 years ago, when you played a World Cup in 2005 in England, in South Africa, finished runners-up.
Nicely guided there by Sharma. Is she going to pick up the 4? Just picked up.
So if you're a team that has played the World Cup final in 2005, well, we just have a look at this fielding pickup. Did the line be moved by the left leg? Oh.
Need a full-on close-up to see that.
And many replays from different angles. But you play a final and then you come back to the next World Cup and you just drop 1 grade down. That's all right. But the consistent movement, when you look at a team's graph, should be going up, further up, even if it's a slight graph up. But when it goes up and comes down, then a lot of those teams which are behind you start catching up to you, or even going forward. And that's where the trouble starts. Rather than staking a claim to being in the top 3 or top 4 teams around the world, if you staking a claim from being in the top 8, there becomes a whole lot of a different ball game.
Question I want to talk to you about is, and we both experienced it different, but it's contracts. Pakistan now have 22 contracts in place, which they've got 4 different grades, which is maybe England have, the last I was aware, they had 3 different grades. So you'll get your captain who's going to be on a top level. Just one more ball. Yeah, I just wanted to get your thoughts on one, where India stand when it comes to contracts. So we know that England now are fully professional. The women have, for nearly 18 months, nearly coming up to 2 years now, had full-time professional contracts. And you'd say the players on that A category can full-time concentrate on their cricket. And I think that's had an impact. Australia can, West Indies are building. Where's India at in terms of the financial support for players? They've mostly, for a long time, had some sort of support, maybe earlier than the English, when supported by the railways or different setups. Yeah, organisations. Where's it out in India at the moment?
In terms of support from the corporate, there has been a lot. Railways, you know about, there's a team which was fielded from Air India, the national carrier. Earlier there's been a couple of banks which used to support players. They never had teams, but they supported players. So in terms of corporate setup, yes, there was a lot of support. But over the past few years, that has just been narrowed down to the railways. Largely because the jobs are given by the Indian Railways, and a lot of players get recruited there. In terms of contracts, yes, over the past 2 years, nearly a year and a half, there has been that development. Beautiful shot. Harmanpreet waited on that ball, short outside the off stump, gets a boundary.
Excellent shot there, isn't it? She just caressed that, really. There's no need to force it. Just saw it sitting short. Really poor delivery, but she timed it and also opened up the wrist to make sure she got the ball through that gap. Excellent 4.
And in terms of contracts coming in, there are only 2 grades. A lot of these top cricketers, Mithali Raj, Jhulan Goswami, Tirish Kamini, Harmanpreet Kaur, are in the topmost grade. Maybe 1 odd players would have joined them just now, but the rest of the players, whoever goes on to play for India, gets into the 2nd grade. So there's a grade A and a grade B. It's good for the players because they're they can actually concentrate on their sport a lot. A lot of them are either employed by the railways or in college studying. That's only a 6 written all over that cricket ball. Full toss always had to be hit out of the ground.
This is classic Harmanpreet Kaur. You cannot bowl this delivery to her. Look at this, full, and she gets rid of it. She saw it early, advanced down the wicket, and just let the hands go through the ball. She's definitely an Indian standout batter. She can bowl a little bit as well, but she's just got that X factor. One of the innings we saw her play for the Sydney Thunder, first game, she was hitting it to all parts. I think she enjoyed that wicket actually. The ball was coming on nicely, but you cannot afford to give her a full toss.
And that wicket, if I remember correctly, the ground was North Sydney Oval where that game was being played. And that wicket, she scored a quick fire 27 not out or 23 not out for India. She went out to bat, and that was, I won't say that it was a debut, but yes, that was the first time that she went out to bat for India. And that was a game against Australia.
And again, look at that. That was just eased. Only a fraction short, this delivery. End of the over, 46 for 2. Let's have a look at this. Fraction short here. She got up, but this is brilliant. She still played quite straight through the line. A lot of batters aren't able to force that length delivery, but she got the hands through it.
Now that's real domination, and that's confidence. Both oozing from the body of Harmanpreet Kaur. She knows she's a far superior player to mediocre bowling, and that's why that confidence just comes in through from those shots that she's played.
Well, this is tough going for the Pakistan bowlers here. I feel for them. Sorry, I'm pushing on this because I'm trying to understand. Would you say that they are full-time, even if they've got the railway? Are they full-time? Can they put in Monday to Friday? Can they train, or will they still have to go to work?
They can train, they can practice their skills. They have all the time in the world to go out there and become better players. And even if you are a student, you're still allowed that bit of time. Not that somebody says don't go to class and study, because that's extremely important as well. But even as a student, the universities do support you to become a better cricketer or a better player. So there's no stopping. There are more doors which are opening than
There's enough time.
ample time. Was that the similar amount of time that was available to you?
Well, yeah, I mean, it was different in our era, and I think you got Indians at that time most probably got the best support globally, I would have said at that point. We then, during my career, we went from no real support as such to a bit of support by. That was a good little flirt outside the off stump there from Sharma. Let's have a quick look at this. Just a bit wide there. She thought about it, but didn't commit. Maybe trying to look to run it down, but there is protection down at gully. Easy runs here. Just nudged one up. Yeah, and we ended up getting, so one of the biggest supports I got in my career was the Chance to Shine coaching contracts, where they employed 8 of the England team at the time. So we were working for our support, but it allowed us to not worry about getting jobs which wouldn't understand that we had to train. And that was a big step forward, and then it continued to increase. And I finished my career just before the contracts and the cars came. I do say the cars now have come. It's not just getting paid to play.
Unfair, isn't it?
Yeah.
All the hard work done, and then you don't get rewarded for it.
But the only thing I think now that when it comes to contracts, there's 2 issues for me. One is we look at this qualifying stage now, and some teams have got contracts. So South Africa, Pakistan, India. But then when you start to get to Bangladesh, Ireland, and the other teams, Papua New Guinea, it becomes a bit of an issue where the teams that now have funding can massively improve. And that's the challenge, is how do we find ways to support the game at the lower levels, because without being able to dedicate, and I'm sure You would testify to that. If you can't put in the time, you can't grow as quickly as you'd like.
But just to be fair, I think the more the girls step out there and start playing and start improving, there has to be certain effort coming in from the players as well. And once the authorities around, the ICC around, realize that kind of potential which is growing, it's not that you need to really improve and come out trumps and start beating Australia's and England's in world cricket. Even if there's a slight iota of improvement, I'm sure that support would come in. Because cricket is growing, it is becoming a global sport. It is being also taken to various parts of the world where cricket and cricketers were known but never seen in action. So I'm sure that that will be on the agenda of the ICC as well. It's just a matter of time how much the players walk out of their houses and decide, okay, we need to improve as individuals and as a team.
An example of that is Pakistan beating India in the World T20, and that led to an increase in number of contracts. Well bowled. And I do think performance actually then leads to the increased investment, because I think in England, when you saw the women go on and win that 2009 year, where they won the World Cup, World T20 and the Ashes, that really propelled more investment into the game through the ECB. And also, let's not forget as well, this exposure, being able for these teams to be able to see globally, will help to attract sponsors or people into the game who will be enjoying this exposure that their local country will offer. So I do think exposure makes a big impact.
And to be fair, I think the game of cricket is largely popular. It's well known, and the icons that the game throws up, players like Stephen Smith, Virat Kohli, Kane Williamson, the Sachin Tendulkars of the world. And I think because you have such big icons, the sport of cricket is very well known. So it's not a difficult situation that you have to first tell the people what the sport is and then say, okay, these are the icons. They stand for the game, and the game just keeps moving forward. So it's easier on a pedestal for the women to pick up this initiative and start performing consistently well. And I'm sure once that happens, we'll have more of a corporate involvement in the sport and more of sponsors coming in.
48 for 2, end of the over. One thing I would like to see more, and I think Australia are most probably doing it extremely well, is how they put when they do kind of advertising or things like that, there's a message of men and women together. So I'm sure you would have seen through the Big Bash. In England, that started to happen as well. For example, at Surrey Stars, we all have, a Nat Siver who's the captain alongside Jason Roy, who plays for England, and you get lots of joint marketing. I would like to see some of that done around the world more. So not just, I think England and Australia are doing well. I think Australia are maybe just pipping their exposure at the moment. But I would like to see a poster of Virat Kohli with Mitali Raj, or, a poster of, one of the Pakistan players, Sana Mir, up there with, one of the leading players.
Does this poster also allow, considering it happens in the future, does this poster also allow for former cricketers to be there?
Why do you want to? You got to make sure you stay in shape, though, Anjum. If you want to get that exposure, you can't look like that one who could have played for India 10 years ago.
On that score, I think I will definitely gain a maximum points. I'm not worried on that score.
I hope you don't have 2 eggs for breakfast. Make sure you keep it to 1. Because if you start letting it go, Anjum, no one's calling you back.
Trying to stay in shape for sure. No, I keep a very, very strict diet for sure. And people who have breakfast with me, you can ask them around. I'm sure David is going to join you in commentary in a short bit, so you can ask him.
No, you have inspired me. I've been getting in the gym because of Hearus, because of your motivation in the gym. It's good to see you keeping it going.
Once in a while, you should also test the treadmill, how fast it runs. Does it run faster than what you want to run, or does it go slower? So it's always nice to make sure the equipments in the hotel which are provided are actually used and not going unused.
I think we should put you out there with some of the players, do a little test at the end, maybe some sprints.
I've done that bit of mine, giving runner threes and giving those sprints between the wickets. How quick and how long can you run? Oh, that's hard work.
Just looking to be positive here. I do like seeing this from Harmanpreet. Maybe hasn't scored as many runs as she'd like in this tournament, but she still always looks classy. I wonder if coming from the Australian wickets to here, you have to wait a fraction longer. She's looking in good touch again today. And that's excellent running. This is good experience, that's good quality calling. Let's just have a look at this. This is excellent batting. Just simple stuff. Just saw the gap, got very far forward just to nudge it in, taking the pace off the ball with the hands. And Sharma was ready to go with her. That's just exactly what I'd like to see more of.
And it's a good response from Deepti Sharma as well. She was very aware to that single.
End of the over, 50 for 2. Are there any hotspots in India where you'd say certain states or areas where there are more women cricketers coming from, or is it quite evenly spread around the country?
It's quite evenly spread. Don't have certain pockets from where the cricketers do come in, but yes, there have been certain states down in the southern part of the region, southern part of India largely, who have a club cricket coming up very regularly, who have a league format, which by just happens to give more cricket to a lot of those players who are in this, because we have big states, and it's not possible to organize cricket under the flagship of the BCCI every time, so you have a lot of league cricket going on. So yes, we do have, but it's very structured. As I say, it's largely to do with a good structure running in for the domestic format, that you have all these players coming in. But because they get employed by the railways, because once they make it to the Indian team, they get into the contract level, and anyone who's good on that junior stage gets identified. So it's very promising. It's very upcoming. It's just that you have to take the first step out to doing that hard work and making sure you're right up there at the international level and getting better every time you go out.
So this is just a matter of time here. Sanamir has bowled well here. She's got some good turn. She's trying to marshal the field, but it's tough going. Very different fields to the two batters. Sharma, they're keeping the field in a lot tighter. She eases one nicely through the covers, and Harmanpreet Kaur, well, they know she will be aggressive. So they're just dropping that long on fielder back. Let's just have a look. They've got plenty of people out. So to Harmanpreet Kaur, you can see 4 fielders out, the full allocation. 3 on that leg side for the ball turning there. Long on, deep cow and a deep backward square. And David comes in to join.
Oh, thanks, Ebony. Excellent little session there from yourself and Anjum. I enjoyed that. I was just sitting behind there, listening away and getting the perspective on it. Particularly with the contracts, it's interesting what you said, because that's a hot topic of debate at the moment in Ireland. I cover a lot of Irish cricket, and the situation there is, if there's this promotion, along with Afghanistan to become one of the full members or some sort of quasi-full member, and the funding to Cricket Ireland increases, then I think the women's team have done really well, and they really put so much effort in, mostly unrewarded. I mean, they get a tour fee now, they get expenses, etc. But they're to come as far as they have without full-time support. Thinking of a single there, don't take one. Has been a great effort, and I know it's high up on the list of Cricket Ireland priorities to get a few contracts out there for the Ireland women, who look as though they're probably going to finish last in the Super 6.
End of the over, 53 for 2. Yeah, it's tough going, I suppose, for a team like Ireland. Like you say, they put in all the hard work. I would have hoped, and I was desperately hoping that either themselves or Bangladesh would have caused a little banana skin in this tournament, because I think that would have given a stronger case as well in terms of getting that investment. Just looking at the captain there, having a good chat here with Yusuf. It's really hard to know how to squeeze out a couple of wickets. They'll be desperate for at least 2 more.
Ireland in action today against South Africa. They made 166, and South Africa 33 for 1 after 8 overs. They've lost Lizelle Lee to Kim Garth early on, but shouldn't have too much trouble scoring. 167 to beat Ireland. Ireland doing really what they came here to do, which was to reach the Super 6 and thereby get retain their ODI status. And the other game going on today, the big one in terms of what could happen. Sri Lankan women did well in the end. They got up to 197 for 9. Bangladesh just starting their reply to that. I'll be able to tell you when my computer updates. Driven back firmly, no run. Yeah, Bangladesh women there are 20 for 2 in the 7th over. 198, it's a lot of runs, but by no means impossible.
Well, there's a good old chin wag going on here with Sadia Yusuf and the captain. They have decided to Harmanpreet Kaur to drop the long off fielder, which makes sense. Harmanpreet Kaur does like to hit through the line. And she'll just look to knock it up, but it will protect that boundary.
Ran that first run very quickly. Not going to come back for the second. That was one of the things you were talking about, where the Indian team can improve and nudge up a couple of levels and start competing again with England and Australia. And I think even within this team that we're looking at now, you can see the different levels of development amongst the individual players, and clearly Harmanpreet benefiting from her time in the Big Bash. And of course, the fact that she spent time in that, coming back and talking to the other players, particularly the younger players, then they're going to kick on as well. You can't just dawdle through. There might only be one run there, but you can't just dawdle through and assume there could be a missed field, there could be anything going on. Run the first one hard. Sure, that's what they told you when you first appeared in the England team all those years ago?
I didn't just get told it once either, David. Good attempt there from Sharma, but couldn't pierce the field. End of the over, 54 for 2. So looks like they just need 14 runs now. So it's only a matter of time. There's no real opportunity here for Pakistan to affect the overall game result. But you just think that they'll look to sneak out a couple of wickets. There's Sonia Yadav, Sony Yadav even. She's the seam bowler. That's one of the young up-and-comers in this side as well.
Just taking on a few fluids. It is hot out there. The one thing that could have stopped India today is exactly what's being shown up there now, which is the weather. We were told there may well be a storm around 2 o'clock, but we only need to get in 2 more overs for this to be a game under Duckworth-Lewis rules, so I don't think there's going to be too much of a problem there. Should stay dry for the next 10 minutes or so. That may be all the time it needs to win the game anyway. Although Harmanpreet there looking to just pick her singles, and run down the clock, run down the runs required. 12 runs required to level the scores now. 13 for the win. No need to rush for India. Just coming up to 2:30 here in Colombo. Beautiful delivery.
This is a top quality bowling from Sara Oval. We talked about her getting drift, but it drift and gripped on the surface. She's getting some good revs on the ball. She looks like she might be thinking about bowling herself out today. Only bowl into a 9th over. And again close, just managed to take a bit of pace off it. Sharma.
Falling just short of slip. But again, success there for the bowler. And when you have so few runs on the board to play with, that's all you can really look to do is a couple of minor successes, be pleased with the way you're bowling. Try a few little different angles, different tactics. Quality bowling here from the skipper.
Well, she's tied down Sharma quite a bit. I think she's kept probing at that off stump. That's been difficult for Sharma to find a way to pierce that offside. There again, just nudging it in that offside field. Not as, obviously, Harmanpreet Kaur's much more experienced batter and can nudge some of those up and down the wicket, hitting back straight through the line.
And again, content just to push that into the offside. The end of the over.
It's interesting that Sara Oval has really only gone to her experienced bowlers here. She hasn't tried to at all really rotate the bowlers that much. She's just kind of stuck to the tried and tested herself. Sandhu and of course Yusuf. So maybe sticking to what she knows.
Yeah, India did chop and change quite a bit, didn't they? With Mitali Raj was certainly her spin bowlers. It was 1, 2, 3 over spells.
aha bowling Sadi bahut अच्छे
13 required. There's no hurry.
Just taking her time here, the bowler. She's got a full field spread.
Again, the ball turning away from the bat.
It is turning this wicket as well, so it's not easy for the batters just to get their hands through it. But Harmanpreet Kaur does like to get on with things, so no doubt we'll expect to see a shot or two soon. Nicely knocked up the ground. So a very different field here. Sharma's got a ring, very packed ring offside. But she does the right thing. She uses her feet. Excellent batting. The ball was begging for that. Let's just have a look.
This is a cracking shot, isn't it? Waited for it. She knew exactly where she was going to hit that. And a very good boundary to the young Indian opener. One of the stars of this World Cup qualifying tournament.
And they're still keeping the mid-on and mid-off fielders up. So the shot is on if she fancies it again.
That's clever as well. Nudged it away down to fine leg. Comfortable too. Victory just one shot away now. My word, that's a strong arm there, right over the top of the stumps.
Good bit of fielding there. Chased it down nicely. End of the over, 62 for 2. It really has been dominated. Is this what you expected? I mean, in terms of what it's looking like now at the back end of the Super 6 stages?
I think so. If we look at the teams that have reached the Super 6 stages, we knew India and South Africa were the best two sides. We weren't quite sure which one. We actually thought when they went into that first Super 6 game that South Africa were favourites. They lost quite heavily. Those two teams will meet again in the final on Tuesday. And I wouldn't, although India have won every game so far, I wouldn't be shocked if South Africa were to win that final. I think India are very strong favourites. But of course South Africa have got a few wild cards like Lizelle Lee, haven't they? Who, if she comes off, can just turn any game round. And then the next two, who was best out of South Africa, out of Sri Lanka and Pakistan? Well, we saw that game the other day. Pakistan looked to have got the runs on the board in that match, but again, it was a case of the Sri Lankan batsman getting up, getting the win. I think it was something like, from memory, something like 212 did they get, Pakistan, and Sri Lanka went past them and won it. Important victory, that. .63 for 2. Well, we haven't had an upset. We were expecting an upset somewhere. I don't think we're going to see an upset today, with Ireland only defending 166 against South Africa. Will it come from Bangladesh? They're the bottom two teams in the Super 6. Well, they've got to score nearly 200 to beat Sri Lanka. I'm not sure they'll do that. In which case, I think Sri Lanka will finish third in the Super 6s, Pakistan fourth, Bangladesh fifth, and Ireland bringing up the rear. Ireland were, India though, worthy winners of the Super 6. Whether they win the final or not, could be an interesting game, that one. Looking forward to that on Tuesday.
I think it's interesting, the fact that because this is played in the subcontinent, India definitely have better spinners capable of getting more turn, and also the way they bat, they just wait that fraction longer. If this was played in another part of the world, I think I'd fancy South Africa as favourites. Nicely nudged away there from court.
Bowler, bowler, bowler.
Thought we were going to see the win on an overthrow then. A very strong throw coming in from the outfield. Just 3 runs to win now then for India to record their, well, to complete a 100% record in both the group stage and the Super 6. Batsman having a little natter.
Oh, and that's a good stint from Sanamir today. The captain has got some real good turn, excellent drift and some real bite off the wicket. I'm sure she would have loved to have a few more runs to defend today, but has put in a really solid performance for her 10 overs.
Will Harmanpreet finish it with one shot? Not that time.
Yeah, she's now got the 2 fielders up, long on and long off. Well, they've brought everybody up now. Full ring, 3 on that leg side, the rest on the off, 6 on the off. So will she look to go over the top?
No, playing every ball on its merit still.
Let's just look at this. Tight offside field. Still a slip in play. Another 5 dotted around that offside.
Thought about it then, didn't she?
She did. Just got a little bit too close to the ball. But you just feel it's a matter of time before she lets those hands go.
And she's gone.
Oh dear. And there's a big smile on the fielders' faces because they know she's given that away. Just look at this. Wide delivery. She's thrown her hands through it, but just got underneath the bounce. And she'll feel frustrated with that. An opportunity to get a nice knot out there, but Harmanpreet Kaur finishes with 24 off 35. A sprightly start, but I'm sure she would have liked to have finished the game on that shot.
Well, yes, I think just sliced across it a little bit, didn't she? She hits the ball very hard. And India are still going to win. We've had 21 overs, so there's no question of the rain interfering either. But, disappointing.
It was a gift, wasn't it? Outside that off stump. If there was a bit more pace on that, it might have flown through, but just not enough. Tried to do too much with the ball, sliced it straight to the fielder. Well, Krishnamurthy coming in, another dynamic batter. I'm sure she'll want to get things wrapped up pretty quickly.
Nice to bowl a wicket maiden at this stage, wouldn't it? You talk about just little small successes and say, well, I'll hand it back. It could be one at the other end. You're not going to win it at my end.
Nicely played, good timing there. It's always one of those ones you come in at the back end of an innings and one half of you just wants to get it done in one strike. The other half is a bit nervous that you're going to do exactly what we just saw Kaur do.
And of course the ball is turning, so there you go, a wicket maiden, so well bowled. And it takes the game into a 23rd over.
Small margins, like you say. But Pakistan will feel they would have wanted to at least challenge today. I think they've got the bowlers to do it. The batting, I feel there's a few technical deficiencies at times, which maybe got them into a bit of a trouble at points. But they would have definitely wanted to have at least put 150 on the board, maybe 170, and then given themselves a chance.
Batted well, haven't they? Though scored runs well in the tournament, but certainly come up unstuck today. Maybe that better quality of Indian bowler, the Indian spin bowlers, particularly Ekta, Bish, and the striker at the moment, Deep to Sharma rather. Between them, they managed to concede 14 runs, and it smashes that one down the ground, looking for the winning boundary. They bowled 20 overs and conceded 14 runs, Deep to Sharma. And Ekta.
Takes a long time getting her grip settled, Sharma. Two needed. Looks like it'd just be the single. Yeah, someone who used to take a lot of time with their grip was Alex Stewart. He was always twiddling the bat in the hand before every delivery.
A little nervous. moves. One amazing bit of trivia about Alex Stewart, and you possibly heard it, have you? That the number of test runs he finished with. And there's the end of the game, so we won't get to hear that bit of trivia. Bounces over the ropes. So one bounce, game's over. And yes, India have won it by 7 wickets. And as you can see, it's just closing in a little bit out there. Maybe we will get some rain, but India beaten the rain, and more importantly, they've beaten Pakistan. So down the pitch, comfortable victory. Umpire shaking hands as well. And I'm keeping you in suspense about Alex Stewart. Number of test runs he scored equalled the date of his birth, 8463. 8th of April, 1963.
That's a good bit of knowledge
there
from you.
go.
You had your head stuck in the stat book. Well, an easy.
I couldn't leave you hanging, Ebs.
No, you couldn't. Well, an easy win there. And again, well done to Sharma. She saw it through. The youngster, the left-hander who bowled brilliantly. And you know, I'm sure Krishnamurthy, who's much more experienced, will be pleased with that youngster's performance today. One of many in this lineup. And look at Pakistan. Sanami is having a good word with her team. Of course, they'll be disappointed with today's efforts. They would have wanted a lot more runs on the board. They bowled well for the short time that they did have, but just didn't find a way to overcome those Indian bowlers.
Good spin bowling from both sides. India perhaps better equipped to play the spin bowling, more experience working the ball around, hitting through the line. Pakistan, at one stage we saw more than 10 overs without a run coming off the bat, and it just got to move on from that next stage. You've got to look to work the ball around, got to look to, okay, the ball's spinning, yeah, but you've got to cope with it. Same for both sides. The pitch is the 22 yards of dirt out there, same for both teams. And that's where the game was won emphatically for India. 5 wickets for 8 runs for Bisht, and 1 for 6 from Sharma for 10 overs, and equally just almost impossible to get away. Ball turning sharply. Slowly but sharply. So that's the end of the Super 6 cricket here, but let's have a look at the highlights of this innings.
Mona Meshram cashing in with a few before she was caught from Sanamir's bowling. And then a few flashy ones, but the second one was caught. Possibly the catch of the day for me.
Went very quickly, didn't it? Very well taken. Excellent reflexes.
And then some nice shots from Sharma here. Deepti Sharma, the youngster. And then Kaur came in just to get things moving. Threading the ball through the gap. That was the full toss that got dispatched for the maximum.
Yeah, it was the only one we saw today, but does hit the ball very hard, doesn't she, Harmanpreet? And just to show that she can as well. That was Sharma. And there was the wicket right at the end, just 3 runs required. And won beautifully by the 6 over the top through extra cover. So there's the victory. There's the successful chase. Runs at the top for Sharma, and Harmanpreet Kaur, the other one, into double figures. 67, of course, was never going to trouble India. 167 might have been interesting with the ball spinning as it was. Just the 3 bowlers used. And look at this. As we'll see in a minute, they've just beaten the rain. The covers are coming on here at the Sara Oval. There's the match summary. India winning by 7 wickets. Not sure whether this squall of rain that's on its way will interrupt our presentation ceremony. Look, here we go. So good timing here. wrapping this game up just before the rain arrives. So there we have it. India winning their 7th game out of 7, 4 in the groups and 3 in the Super Sixes. So well done to India. They top the Super Sixes. They'll be playing South Africa in the final here on Tuesday. And we'll be back shortly with the presentations.
What is this, Mr. Azhar? इतने सारे क्यों आए हैं? सबको थोड़ी पहले तो मैच मिल रहा है। नहीं मैं दोनों की अंग्रेजी। Stand by. इधर आजा भाई। मेरे को धक्का मारना पड़ेगा। इधर आजा। मैं कर लूँगी। I'm gonna talk in Hindi.
20 seconds, so if you want to do it, I'm happy.
Okay, let's go down to Anjum, who's about to do the presentation.
Excellent game of cricket, which could have been ruined by this quick rain coming down. So we'll have to really wrap up our presentation, but not before having a quick chat with the two skippers and the player of the match. But first, I'll invite Sana Mir, the skipper of the Pakistan team, please. Sana, things not going according to plan.
Yeah, I think the pitch had some moisture, but the batters should have batted more responsibly. If we would have batted 50 overs with our batters inside, then things would have been different.
17 maiden overs in entire 44 overs that the Pakistan team batted. How would you rate that?
Yeah, I think it's not good enough for international cricket, to be very honest, and losing early wickets at the top and not having the depth that we used to have before as a ODI side. I think it mattered a lot, and we definitely need to improve on things before the World Cup.
We hope all the best that you improve and you want to come back stronger as a Pakistan team. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
That's the Pakistan skipper, but a quick word on today's performance with the stand-in Indian skipper, Harmanpreet Kaur. Harman, first of all, where's your skipper, Mithali Raj?
Actually, she got some injury. She is not well. So because of that, I came to talk to you.
We are happy for that. Harman, very clinical performance. Spinners doing the job early. Did you think that you'll be able to get such kind of a performance against Pakistan?
Yes, of course. Our spinners are doing really well from Asia Cup, and we have a lot of confidence on them. I think the way they bowled today and they showed their character, and I think Ekta Bisht bowled really well, and we have that much confidence on her, and I really congrats to her, and I think it was a great performance by her.
Thanks very much, Harman. We'll have a quick chat, but congratulations on today's victory.
Thank you, Dee. Thank you so much.
Harmanpreet Kaur, the skipper of the Indian team, and like to invite the player of the match for today, Ekta Bisht. That's a loud cheer, Ekta. I'm going to grab you quickly and going to ask you to describe 10 overs, 7 maidens, 8 runs and 5 wickets. कैसे किया आपने ये?
पहले तो ऐसे मैंने सोचा नहीं था, पर विकेट को देख के जैसे विकेट में थोड़ा सा वेट था तो हम लोगों ने डिसाइड किया कि हम लोग हल्के बॉलिंग करेंगे और उनको खेलने में डिफिकल्टी होगी और प्रेशर बनाएंगे उनकी टीम की.
लेकिन इतनी अच्छी टर्न जो आप लेने में कामयाब रहे, ये कैसे आपने भापा कि किस लेंथ पे गेंद करनी है?
जैसे विकेट स्लो था तो टर्न आराम से मिल रहा था हम लोग को, इतना उसमें वर्क करने की वो नहीं थी, पर फिर भी हम लोगों ने जैसे कुछ शोल्डर लगा के वेरिएशन करे तो
10 ओवर 7 मेडन. जब आप कल आपने होमवर्क किया था पाकिस्तान टीम के अगेंस्ट, तो ऐसा क्या सोचा था किस लेंथ पे गेंदबाजी करेंगे, क्योंकि विकेट आपको पता था ऐसा रहेगा?
हम लोगों ने जब हम लोग होमवर्क कर रहे थे तो हमारा यही था कि हम लोग इनको ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा ड्राइव्स खिलाएंगे, और आज भी हम लोगों ने उसी पे बॉलिंग करी कि हम इनको ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा ड्राइव के लिए इनवाइट करें उसके.
बहुत बहुत मुबारक हो, आपने बहुत अच्छी गेंदबाजी करी, इसलिए आपको एक बार और प्लेयर ऑफ द मैच का इनाम दिया जाएगा. प्लीज गो एंड कलेक्ट इट फ्रॉम फॉर्मर इंग्लैंड क्विक बॉलर सू रेडफर्न. Ekta Bish, the player of the match, and that's it from the presentation area. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much for today. End of this match, and it was a pretty easy win for India. So well done to Ekta Bish, who picked up 5 wickets today for very few runs. Now it looks like Armageddon out there. The covers have come on. So India did the job by bringing in the covers very, very quickly. Just look at that. It is absolutely teaming it down out there. So the players are about to head off. So we don't have a exact finalist for you for Tuesday's game, but what we can say is that India have made it through to the finals without doubt, and we're just waiting for the results of the last few games, but it's likely to be South Africa. So thanks very much for your time today. Hope you've enjoyed our coverage, and don't forget to join us on Tuesday for the final. India no doubt will be there, and we'll find out later, but join us then.